And
Roberto's not here.
I'm sorry, who?
Roberto. He usually
Roberto. Does he play a central role in all this?
no, but he usually comes in at 8:30, 8:29.
Okay, we'll give him another half minute. Well, I'm sure he will show up. So let's begin the proceedings.
He's coming in now.
Okay, great.
Recording in progress.
Great, thank you. So I'm calling to order the October 20th meeting of the Federated Retirement Healthcare Trust. We will have a roll call vote in order of seniority. Trustee Chandra.
Present.
Trustee Orr.
Here.
Trustee Kelleher.
Here.
Vice Chair Jennings.
Here.
Trustee Linder. Absent. And Trustee Avasti.
Here.
And Chair Horowitz is here. Very good. We will, a few ground rules. We are continuing to meet virtually under AB 361. As such, all votes will be roll call votes. If not speaking, please be on mute to cut background noise. For discussion items, each trustee will have a turn to speak in roll call order, more than once if desired, and the public will also have an opportunity to speak on each item after trustees. At this point, we will have orders of the day. We will take a break at around the 10 o'clock hour, and there will be another recess from 1 to 1:05 to accommodate the Civic Center broadcasting meeting. And I'm asking board members to please stay on the Zoom after the regular meeting ends so that we can have very special meetings for the various committees with respect to AB 361. Do we need a vote on the orders of the day?
Yes. Yes, please.
We do. Okay. Is there a motion to accept the orders of the day?
So moved.
The trustee Orr is moved. Is there a second?
I'll second. Trustee Chandra.
Trustee Chandra is second. Any discussion by trustees? Any public comment?
Excuse me, Chair Horowitz, there are
yes?
two items that need to be read for the record.
Okay, is that not under Wave Sunshine?
No, it should be under orders of the day.
I see. Okay, so there is a correction. Thank you for that. There is a correction under item 1.1B. Jerome B. Kalub, Mr. C, Code Enforcement Inspector. His effective date of retirement is 2023, and it was stated 2023, should be 2022. And there is also a correction under item 13A, approval of the board minutes from our last meeting, September 15th. The correction is under item 5C on that agenda, and that is that the motion was seconded by Trustee Linder, and Trustee Kelleher voted no to the motion. So recognizing those two corrections, does the motion and second still stand from Trustees Orr and Chandra?
Yes to the second.
Yes. Confirm.
Okay. So any discussion by trustees? Any public comment? We will go to roll call vote. Trustee Chandra?
Aye.
Trustee Orr?
Aye.
Vice Chair Jennings?
Aye.
Trustee Kelleher?
Aye.
Trustee Avasti?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. So that carries. Wave Sunshine, did we receive any attachments late?
No, we did not.
Okay, so there's no need to Wave Sunshine. At this time, we will accept public comment on any item that is not on the agenda, but which is under the general jurisdiction of this board. Members of the public who wish to provide comment at this time may do so by quote raising their hand, unquote, in the Zoom app, or if joining by telephone, by pressing *9 on their phone keypad. When addressing the board, please press *6 to mute and unmute. Please state your name for the record prior to providing your comments. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. In addition, public comments on items listed on the agenda will be taken at that time when the agenda item is addressed. Are there any members of the public wishing to address the board? Okay, I am seeing none. And if staff can confirm, we will move forward to the consent calendar. Do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So motioned.
We have a motion from trustee Keller. Is there a second?
I second.
And there was trustee Avasti. Is there any trustee discussion? Any public comment?
Mr. Chair, if you allow me, I do have a comment. If on the item, first item for the service retirements, I don't know if you all notice, if you can, if staff can bring the agenda back down to that area. You see there, L is Mariana Zarate, Office of Retirement Services. She's retiring this coming Saturday, October 29th. Her last day at work will be October 28th, 31.07 years of service. You haven't seen Marty. She's been in the office the last few days and she's been really sad. I think I caught her even with a tear in her eyes the last couple of days. And we just want to, thank Marty for her dedication and hard work and efforts working with the retirement office for the last few years, with the administrative staff on all your board meetings and committee meetings. We want to wish Marty a lengthy and healthy retirement. And again, on behalf of the plan members, thank her for not only her 31 years of service at the city of San Jose, but her many years of service the last few years at the Office of Retirement Services. Linda, I know she works for you. I don't know if you want to say anything else, but again, we just want to acknowledge Marty's work for the retirement office and wish her the best. Thank you, Marty.
Thank you, Mr. Pena. And on behalf of myself and no doubt on behalf of the board, we also thank Marty for her service, and she's interacted with all of us very intimately on the board. And I'm not sure I can agree to approving her retirement here.
Yeah, that's a good question. If it's not approved, then Marty will have to come back to work on October 31st. We probably want to ask Marty if she's willing to do that, but
she may be a little displeased.
Yes, she may be. Yes, correct. Marty, any comments?
Thank you all.
I'd like to thank Marty for her service, 30 years plus, and for her work at Retirement Services. She's been awesome. And good luck.
Thank you. I will miss you all, but not the board meetings.
We'll call you on board days.
Yeah, they have public meetings, Marty. You can always join.
Yeah, you can always listen to the tape if you have trouble sleeping.
That's right.
We'll invite you to the meetings, Marty.
Thank you, Marty.
Yes, thank you.
All right, then. So I believe we had a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. And there was no further trustee discussion and no further public comments. We will have a vote. So trustee Chandra, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Orr,
Aye.
Vice Chair Jennings,
Aye.
Trustee Kelleher,
Aye.
Trustee Avasti,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. The motion passes. Agenda item 2, death and survivorship notifications. We will observe a moment of silence for those who have served the city and who have passed. Thank you.
Chair Horowitz,
Yes,
if I may, Barbara, Deputy Director, I'd like to recognize Susan Pereira. She is on the agenda under the deaf. She worked for the Office of Retirement Services, serving the boards as an accountant from 2005 to 2009, when she retired from city service with over 26 years of service. She was a very dedicated worker and highly regarded by all. Our thoughts are with her family.
thank you. Thank you. We're up to agenda item number 3, investments and oral update from our CIO, Mr. Palani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, board members. Good luck to Marty on her retirement. She can rest assured that we will work hard to make sure that she gets a pension check. And so we have one agenda item this morning, and that's the annual fee report. And this is a report that we bring to the boards in the fall. And once it's presented to the boards, we then take it to the city council. And I'm told that this is one of the most comprehensive fee reports presented by any public plan out there. There are only a handful of plans that get to this level of detail. And we've been doing this for the last 7 or 8 years. So this year, the fee report was actually prepared by Investment Officer Eric Sang, who joined the department, who joined our team last December. And he prepared this with the assistance of Dinesh and David. And it's a very time-consuming report to prepare because we have to gather data from multiple sources. So I'm going to turn this over to Eric to make this presentation. But before I do that, let me, as always, share year-to-date performance information. This is fiscal year-to-date through October 18th. The pension system was down 3.2% and healthcare was down 4.8%. The markets continue to be choppy. And if I were a betting man, and I'm not, I would say that there's probably another 10% or so left in terms of downside. It's hard. I've looked at charts that compare this bear market to other bear markets. And if you look at the last 50 years, the one that this most closely resembles is the bear market of the early 80s, brought on by a high inflation of the late 70s. But again, no two bear markets are alike. My crystal ball continues to be broken. But what we can do is to stay disciplined and focused as long-term investors, and as opportunities present themselves, add to growth assets. And that's what we will do, and that's what we will recommend to the board. With those comments, I'm now going to turn this over to Eric to present the fee report.
Prabhu, this is Roberto. I just want to make sure that we all are in agreement. The year-to-date number that you mentioned is year-to-date, as in year-to-date for the fiscal year, correct? Rather than the calendar year?
Always.
Okay.
When I get performance, they're always fiscal year-to-date numbers.
Thank you.
And as you can see, the numbers are slightly worse than the numbers I presented last month as the market continues to decline. Yes, so thanks for the clarification, Roberto. Over to you, Eric.
All right, great. Thank you, Prabhu. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So here we are. Thank you, board members. This is my first time sharing, as Prabhu mentioned. I just joined last December, and I think this fee report is now lands on my lap. So this is the annual fee report for calendar year 2021. And you guys should all have it. This is a big undertaking. We, along with just a handful of pension plans, do this. There's a lot of work related to this. Just to give you a glimpse as to the steps to prepare for this, we definitely gather information from our managers. We have them first request managers to fill out various fee templates. to gather data. So for example, the private market funds, we ask them to fill out the ILPA templates, which is ILPA stands for Institutional Limited Partners Association. And for the public funds, we ask them to fill out a simpler version of the template. So after we get all the data back, we definitely scrub the data, we do some quality control. We ask managers to provide any sort of missing data, or if we have questions, we ask them to provide some missing, make it so it's a little bit clearer. And then we aggregate everything together and we sort of group it by, we roll it up into the overall, by asset class and then overall plan. In addition to getting the information from the underlying managers as it relates to their fees, we also get, include the investment staff expenses as it relates to our vendors, our staff salaries, consultants, custodian, banks, and other vendors that we might use. So all of that is included in the numbers that you have, that we are going to review today. So I'm sharing my screen. I'm going to go to the first. So, well, one other thing is there are two reports that are associated with this item. We're just going to go through the presentation, which is the fee presentation, which is the shorter version of the fee presentation. The longer form is a document that has a lot of numbers and also has in the appendix some information that abides by the California fee reporting law as it relates to AB 2833. So this is the 7th year that we have provided this report, and we should have in the fee presentation, we have some overall trends as well as some overall 2021 fee information, numbers, and we can see how it's changed over time. So I'll go down to the next slide, which is sort of our main slide that we can track. So the first, this left slide on the second page of the fee presentation is it represents total expense ratios for the last 5 years. And so for the total expense ratio for 2021 is this 1.66% as compared to 1.12% for the previous year. Now, just to describe a little bit about the actual decomposition of the number, in the blue bars, that's basically our management fee. So you've seen it decrease from 58 basis points or 0.58% to 0.54% from the previous year, so a slight decrease. The light brown bars are basically the incentive fees, or basically the profit sharing fees. And then just sort of to finish up describing the different bars, the dark brown bars are basically the operating expenses. So we'll see that the operating expenses also decreased from 0.16 to 0.11% from last year to this year. What has increased and what is the reason for the increase in the whole total plan, total expense ratio is this light brown, which is basically incentive or profit sharing fees. So it's increased from 0.38% to 1.02%. And so, one question, if we take a look, our total plan return has not increased. It's pretty, for 2020 to 2021, there is not a large difference. In 2020, we had a total plan return for our pension, Federated pension, at 16%. This past 2021 year, it was the total plan return was 16.5%. But what is a bit more surprising is and kind of it describes this increase in the incentive fees is the returns that are coming from our private markets, that are coming from our private market managers. So in 2020, the private markets, those returns were at 6.8%. In 2021, that grew from 6.8% to 40%. So 2020, the returns for our private markets managers was 6.8%. In 2021, the return for our private market managers was 40%. Thus, the large increase in the total in the incentive fees or the profit sharing fees. Right. If we go to our next slide, this is something that we do for comparison. This is the ACFR, and as we can see here, this is something that we do to measure how are we doing with the rest of our with other plans. And we can see here that we are here in green. CalSTR, people like CalPERS are in black, and CalSTRs are in purple. And so we can see we're kind of in the middle of the pack, which is something that helps us monitor our fees. And this is for a different year. This is for 2021, but this is for the fiscal year. So you'll see that the returns are different than the calendar year returns that we have on the left side. But out of 46 diversified users public plans that post their fees, we've tracked the main ones, and we're in the middle or the lower end of the pack. So our total expense ratio is pretty reasonable. Right. So, and sort of this next slide is measuring the same things. So we'll see the similar numbers from the previous slide, but on the right side, we'll ascribe dollar amounts to those percentages, right? So the 9.3 became 29.2 in terms of the incentive fees, but we've also so you'll see that dollar-wise, our management fees have grown because our AUM has grown, but in terms of percentage of our total expense ratio, it's actually gone down. During this next slide, we're going to just focus on management fees percentage-wise as well as dollar amounts, and we'll see that management fees have reduced from 82 basis points, which is to what was there in 2016, to 53 basis points, which is what we had for our 2021 year. And so we have reduced it, even though our plan has increased from 2016 to 2021, we have reduced the management fees by 0.9 million, which is great. The management fees are things that we can control, and so therefore I think we've done a good job in terms of dropping it. Now you might see, things have gone up, but this might be a result of increased in the total plan, the assets under management. The second to last slide is a sort of focus on active versus passive, and we'll see here that our active, the contribution to management fees for our active has actually dropped from 20 to 2021. So 0.55%, now it's 0.5%. And there's nothing alarming here. Everything is sort of in line with the previous year. Contribution to management fees as it relates to the passive, increased from 0.02 to 0.04, but the active has decreased, and it's a larger decrease. So overall, it's a slight decrease in management fees. And then on the right side, we have we show the average allocation for that year by fund type, meaning by active versus passive. So we'll see our active funds increase marginally, as well as and therefore, as a percentage, our passive allocation to passive managers have decreased. And this is as it relates to our total plan. So this includes private markets as well as to the public markets. So as the private markets have as they have increased in management, therefore we'll see a little bit more, we'll see a change in the allocation. Last slide is these active management fees. And what we're seeing is it's also driven lower by reducing allocation to hedge strategies. We'll see that there has not been much of a difference between 2020 to 2021. What's in light brown are the public. So we divide it by public, which is in the light brown. Our private related managers are in blue, and our hedged are in a brownish color. The overall decomposition from last year to this year has not changed much. We'll have seen our public market managers management fees have slightly increased, but then from our private market managers they've decreased, and then the hedged has kind of slightly decreased. And then this last chart on the last slide shows basically our allocation to the hedge allocations, which is basically our hedge funds. Any questions?
You're on mute, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you for the presentation, and I was asking if trustees had any questions.
I don't have a question per se. Well, I do. I think it'd be helpful maybe if I'll direct this rather to Eric, since you only started last year. If maybe probably you just want to comment around the hedge fund allocation, sort of that journey from where we were in 2016 to now. Just any highlights, anything you'd like to share, because it's a pretty meaningful project.
Yes, it is. Thanks for the question. So, at one point, and this was several years prior to my getting to San Jose, the Federated plan had fully 25% of the portfolio was in hedge strategies, and I think there was a feeling that the market, and I think this may have been a reaction, and I'm just guessing, to the downturn in 2008, 2009. With the exposure to beta into the market, and the market dropped 50%. So I suspect as a result of that, it was decided to increase hedge fund strategies. Now, hedge strategies, for those who don't know what hedge strategies are, these are typically long-short strategies or strategies that alter the beta. And so the idea behind these is that when the market goes down, that these strategies will offer some downside protection. And so, I made a conscious decision with the support of the boards to actually decrease hedge fund allocation. And nothing against hedge funds. I used to manage one myself. And I've seen, through market cycles that, there are some good hedge funds. In fact, we have a phenomenal hedge fund manager in our portfolio, D.E. Shaw. But what I have observed is that they don't really offer the protection that they promise to offer when there's a deep drawdown. So what ends up happening with the higher fees, and hedge funds command higher fees. So what happens is you end up paying a lot of fees through a bull market in terms of base fee, and there's typically a base fee and an incentive fee associated with hedge fund strategies. And then when the decline comes is when they're supposed to protect the portfolio, and sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. So you really start questioning, should you really be paying these very high fees when you can simply have allocation to beta in the portfolio, as long as you can tolerate the declines. So it was a conscious decision made by the investment team with the support of the boards beginning 2018, when we started cutting back on hedge funds. And now, as I said, there are a couple of strategies that we still have, which are very, very good hedge funds. And I think we will probably continue to have those hedge funds. They've done very well, especially in a year like this, when there's a huge decline in the market, they have done well. But that's sort of the journey, Trustee Orr, and the reason why we cut hedge strategies. And that's really helped, as you can see from this chart, this really helped bring down the management fees. And that's the one component that we can control. We cannot control performance fees, but we can control the base fee that we pay managers. And that sort of helped reduce our expense ratio.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions from trustees?
I have a question. So I see, Raghu, that it's written on the slide that control what we can control, right?
I think I'm kind of not hearing. You need to maybe speak directly into the camera.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes. Please go ahead.
So I see that it's written on the slide that you can control what we can control, and that's the management fees, and the incentive fees is higher because we have performed better. But are there any suggestions on how we can control or manage the incentive fees better? And I also see that this fees is mainly coming from private equity and specifically from one particular fund.
Well, the incentive fees is not, in terms of hedge funds, the fee is actually coming from one particular fund, which is DE Shaw, which has done extremely well. But incentive fees have gone up from last year because all private markets strategies have done well, did well in calendar year 2021. So you pose a good question, right? I mean, how can we actually bring down incentive fees? And there's a couple of things that we can do as a plan, and and one is to negotiate harder, which we do with our managers. But it's also demand and supply at the end of the day, right? There has been a trend, I would say, in general, for fees to go down, and you've seen that especially with long-only strategies. When I was managing long-only strategies in the early 2000s. Many people here may be surprised to know that managers actually, strategies benchmark the S&P 500 commanded, fee ratios, expense ratios of 100 basis points. And that's a thing of the past. If you want exposure to the S&P 500 now, you simply buy an index and pay 3 or 4 or 5 basis points. Now, so we have seen a trend of fees going down in general. And so it behooves us as stewards of these assets, along with other LPs and other investors, to put pressure on managers to reduce these fees. Now, the other side to it is there are always very, very good managers out there who refuse to negotiate fees and who've done phenomenally well. So sometimes getting in, especially in private markets, when you're able to get an allocation to an extremely good, high-performing manager, you don't have a lot of control over the fees. So fees are, in a sense, we can control. When we say we can control what we can control, we can try to negotiate management fees up to a point. But fees are, the bigger impact of fees is really asset allocation. And that really gets to the heart of your question. As long as we have an allocation to private markets, we are going to have higher expense ratios because private markets do charge higher fees. But we try to take a look we are very sort of conscious of the fees that we pay. And I can tell you, without mentioning manager names, in a couple of instances, I'm not happy paying the fees that they want us to pay, but they've done so well that we end up still keeping them, because on an after fee basis, they've still done better than most other managers out there. So fees are a function of asset allocation. And as long as we have an allocation to private markets, you are going to see high fees. But what we should focus on is on after fee returns, which we try to look at, while we also be consciously always trying to negotiate fees with our managers.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Sure.
Any other questions from trustees?
I don't have any questions, but I think this looks pretty good. So congratulations to the team on a job well done.
Okay, thank you.
And I just wanted to chime in. Thank you for this report. I know this is something we started doing a few years ago. I don't think it's common across plans. I know it sometimes takes a little extra digging to get to the truth of the matter. So thanks to the staff. I think it's important we stay mindful of this always, just to see how fees are trending and whether they're creeping up. But obviously net of fees performance is what's most important.
And I would also echo that, in that we do appreciate this detail and having it presented to the board. I do have a question on slide number 6. I think probably Prabhu did answer this in his last comments, but no, going up one, go back one slide. There we go. So what? Yeah. So there's a clear trend down in the management fees, but there's no clear trend on the allocation to passive strategies. So this is entirely the result of, I would assume, the active strategies are simply claiming lower fees over time, or our ability to negotiate better fees over time.
That's right, Mr. Chairman. It's a combination of, you've seen the hedge strategies, the allocation to hedge strategies come down, and also our continued negotiation. And I should also point out to trustees that when we choose a manager, it's usually also endorsed by our investment consultant, Makita, and we can actually sort of pool in our assets with other clients, and thereby the dollars contributed are greater, and therefore we are able to command lower fees thanks to our consultant.
I see. And should I infer from what you just said that the hedged strategies, as opposed to other private markets, were and are the most expensive in terms of the fees they claim?
Yes, we only have, and I'll ask Jay to speak to this, we only have a handful of hedge strategies now.
Yes.
And therefore, with 2 or 3 managers, in fact, one of our hedge fund managers chose to increase their fees, which is because of how well they've done. And and it's a demand and supply game, right? And I'm not happy paying extra fees, but on an after fee basis, this manager has done so well that I sort of grudgingly accept the fees at this point.
Understood. Any further questions from trustees? Are there any public comments or questions? Okay, thank you again for this detailed report, and we look forward to seeing it every year. So move forward to the next agenda item. If we can pull up the agenda. And we are up to, there's nothing under old business, so we're up to 5A, oral update from Mr. Pena.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. So a few comments. I want to start with reminding trustees and the public in general that coming November 1st through November 30th is the open enrollment for our retirees for the healthcare will be in progress. This year, it's going to be the first time in a couple of years because of COVID that there are plans to have an in-person health fair currently scheduled, I believe, if I make a statement that is incorrect, please staff correct me, for November 2nd at the Leininger Center in Happy Hollow Zoo, and flu shots will be available. For the open enrollment, we plan on mailing all the enrollment packets to the members at the end of this month. And in addition to the in-person health fair, there are going to be multiple opportunities for members to attend virtual online webinars and one-on-one consultations with the vendors. Information on that not only is going to be in the packet, but it's also can be addressed on our website. Staying with healthcare, I wanted to let you know that a new health staff specialist started at the office on Monday, October 17. Her name is Donna Hip, and she actually comes to us with almost 30 years of service at the city of San Jose. So welcome, Donna. We are also going to kick off recruitment process for the new senior supervisor position. This was one of the 3 positions that was approved by you board and the city council for the budget year that started on July 1st, 2022. The next retirement connection newsletter will be issued later this month. So it should be available at your November board meeting under communications. Last week at the meeting for the Federated retiree group, staff made a presentation on open enrollment for the upcoming healthcare, and also a general presentation about the retirement office, services, staff, actuarial, and some investment information that was done on October 13, and staff did an excellent job. So I just wanted to publicly thank the Retiree Association for inviting us and staff for a very good presentation that they made. And lastly, I wanted to let you know, your board actually has a biannual self-assessment process that you go through just to make sure how you are functioning as a board, and making sure that you can improve from time to time, making sure that everything is running hopefully as expected and as effective as is needed. And so you should be expecting an email kicking off that process from Walter Viola from Cortex. It should be coming to your emails in the next week or so. So be on the lookout. There's going to be a link so that you can answer some questions so that we can kick off the self-assessment process. The goal is to come back to your board in the next couple of meetings and present the findings and recommendations. With that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my comments. Happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I did want to amplify that last point. An important tool for improving our process as a board is this board self-assessment. And the responses, of course, just like our responses to the executive staff review, these are anonymous. So let loose, let your answers be as honest and as direct as they need to be. And it's a lengthy survey, but I'm sure we will be able to get through it very quickly. So with that, are there any questions for Mr. Pena on the CEO presentation from trustees? And are there any questions or comments from the public?
Oh, sorry, I do have one question.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I think I saw a headline. I just want to see what the status is of returning to work. I don't know if we've discussed this at prior meetings. I think this state of emergency might be declared sometime in Q1 as over.
Yes, I understand that the governor has indicated tentatively it will be February 28th. And, assuming that everything remains as it is right now and it doesn't get worse, that will be February 28th, which means that in terms of actual board meetings, you're probably going to have your last remote board meeting possibly in March. If I'm mistaken, please correct me, council. If you do approve in your February meetings the chance to have a remote meeting in March, then that would allow you to have your meeting in March remotely, starting with meetings in person for the April 2023 month. In terms of staff, you are correct. Go ahead.
Roberto, before we go on to that next point, so that is true that the state of emergency is anticipated to be lifted towards the end of February. However, in order for this board to meet virtually, either the city council has to continue to recommend social distancing, or there has to be some health and safety factual findings supported by CDC evidence or county health evidence. If those latter 2 points are not supported, then we may need to meet in person much sooner than when the proclamation will expire. But I can explain more on that when we get either to the item on AB 361 or the Brown Act presentation.
Thank you, council. And so far, the city has actually approved those as required, which allow us to continue meeting remotely. But council is correct. In terms of the specific question about the office trustee, or I do provide some updates from time to time, but I really haven't the last couple of meetings, so thank you for asking. We are, as an office, we actually are open to the public. Our actual doors are actually closed for safety purposes, but it's in the website and we let members know that we are open. And actually staff come to the office twice a week at the very least. In fact, as you can see, I don't know if you can tell from the look, I'm in my office. And so I think for the time being, the goal is to continue coming to the office at least twice a week. I don't see going back to 5 days a week anytime soon, but certainly something that may be in the long-term future. I think in the meantime, we will continue the current approach as we have been able to meet our core duties, and staff has been diligently committed for the last couple of years. So I would expect in the next 6, 9 months to a year, we will continue our current approach of coming to the office about 2-3 times a week at most. And obviously, when working remotely, staff is very engaged and available, so that really hasn't been an issue. Hope that answered the question. Thank you.
Any other questions from trustees? Are there any public comments or questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Pena. We'll move forward to item 5B. I believe liaison Councilmember Davis is not here. Is there anyone else from her office here who would like to address an oral update from City Council? Okay, hearing that there is none, we'll move forward to item 5C, which is discussion and action on economic assumptions and actuarial valuation presented by Chiron. So Mr. Hallmark, I believe you have something for us.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Let me share my screen here. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're here to review the economic assumptions that are used for the pension valuation, and some of them are also used in the OPEB valuation. Just wanted to start by giving kind of the schedule of our meetings, because we're in our actuarial process here for the valuation. Last month, we met and discussed the Tier 1 amortization periods, and the board decided not to make any changes at this time, but may revisit that. Today, we're looking at the economic assumptions, and we are asking the board to make some decisions on those economic assumptions. Then next month, we will be providing some preliminary pension valuation results, along with reviewing the assumptions for the OPEB, or the retiree medical program. And then in December, everything ratchets forward. Again, we give the final pension valuation results and an update on the OPEB, and in January, the final OPEB. So that's our upcoming schedule, just to put things in context of where we're going. We always want to kind of ground these in our current estimates of where we are, and these have not changed much from last month. We still don't have any liability adjustments in here for gains and losses, but this is our projection for the UAL and funded percentage, and then for contribution rates and amounts. I would just note, the contributions are expected to be higher than under the projection from the last valuation because of the investment returns, but they're still projected to be level or down as a percent of payroll, but up as a dollar amount compared to the prior year. So that's where we're looking right now. We do see on the liability side that, and we'll talk about this a little bit more in the presentation, we're likely to have some losses due to salary increases, but we don't have all the other pieces together at this point. So with that, I wanted to turn to the economic assumptions. We review those every year. That doesn't mean we need to change them every year. We just need to make sure that they are reasonable to use in the valuation each year. The demographic assumptions like retirement rates, mortality rates, and so forth, we do that every 4 to 5 years, and it's scheduled to be done again next year, but not this year. So we're not reviewing those assumptions. The main assumptions we are reviewing are the price inflation, the wage inflation, our amortization payment increase rate, and the most powerful assumption is the discount rate. And so we'll go through them in that order. I would say when we're reviewing the assumptions, we're really trying to get reasonable assumptions or our best estimates of what the future is going to be, because these are used to measure the liability. And so we want as accurate an assessment as we can get of what the liability is going to be in the future. And then we build off of that in our funding methods. How fast are we going to pay for that liability? And how are we going to build the contributions around it? But the assumptions are really about measuring the liability. And so where we set the assumptions is really not affected by how well or poorly funded we are, because we are really trying to get the best estimate of what that liability is. Now, there is a reasonable range around each assumption. So we aren't always conservative on every assumption or aggressive on an individual assumption. Those things may balance out in total. And we can always look, if an assumption we think is a little bit on the aggressive side, we may want to tweak it down to get a more conservative estimate going forward. So that's generally how we approach the assumption side. And I'm going to start us with price inflation, which really in a building block model is really the foundation for the economic assumptions, as shown here in this chart for the three wage inflation and expected return. Our current assumption is 2.25%. The price inflation directly, though, has a very limited impact on the valuation. If we just change it, but don't change the other assumptions, it's not going to change much. Our tier 1 COLA is fixed at 3% regardless of inflation. We do have a guaranteed purchasing power provision, and we have 415 limits that are directly affected by our inflation assumption, but that's a very small group that's affected by those currently. Tier 2 COLAs are tied to inflation, but they have a cap that is low enough that our assumption doesn't directly impact those. So it's really thinking of this as the foundation for the other assumptions that's important. Now, inflation has been all over the place lately, and projections for the future have been all over the place. At August 31st, the 12-month trailing inflation was 8.3. I think September 30th was announced at 8.2. But that's the current trailing 12-month. We're trying to project future inflation, and the inflation projections in the future remain lower, although there, as we'll show you, there are wide variations in expectations. One of the things we look at is the break-even inflation. That's the difference between nominal treasuries and the yield on TIPS, or inflation protection securities. And here we're showing in the green line the 5-year break-even inflation. The blue line's the 20-year, and these are based on monthly averages. And both of those at the end of August were around 2.7. I looked at the daily numbers. I think yesterday they were around, the 5 and 10-year were around 2.4. So, and they've been bouncing back and forth across 2.5 for the last month or so. The 5-year forward is what's the break-even inflation 5 years from now for the following 5 years, and that's an interesting number in today's environment because we have such high inflation right now, but people are projecting it to come down. And so what happens after the projection comes down? And that at the end of August was 2.3. So we are still seeing the expectations much, much lower than the current inflation right now. The other things we look at are some surveys. From right to left, we're showing surveys of California plans in their 2021 valuations, national surveys in the 2021 public plan valuations. And then the Horizon survey is a survey of investment consultants and what their assumptions are. All those 3 surveys tend to be lagged a bit because they're what they were setting a year ago, but you can see those compared to the gold diamond is our 2.25% assumption. And then the purple triangles and circles are Makita's assumptions from their interim capital market assumptions, which we'll talk about later, but those were set around 6:30 this year. But maybe the one that I find most interesting is this survey of professional forecasters that's done by the Philadelphia Federal Reserve. And this is showing their 10-year forecasts. The last survey was issued in August. And the first thing I would note from this survey is the wide range of responses. We're in a period where the range of forecasts is wider than we've seen for many years. So normally there's a very narrow range in these forecasts, and they really are quite wide. Now, most of that range comes in the first 5 years. They break their survey into the first 5 and the second 5. So the big range is in the first 5 years, and it's really how quickly those forecasters think inflation will come down. Once you get past that 5 years, the range narrows, although there's some who appear to be projecting a material recession with inflation dropping to as low as 1.3%. but most, I think, were in the 2 to 2.5% range. So with our
And
current
Bill?
assumption of 2.25,
Can I say something real fast?
yeah,
So again, I just want to clarify that our perspective on these assumptions is that we're looking at this for a 20-year period of time. Is that correct? Is that where our perspective should be? Not what's happening now, not what's going to be in the next 5 years, but what's going to be in the next 10 to 20 years.
10 to 20, I think, is the range we want to be looking at for the most part.
So that's where
we do
should
have
be
to
focused.
live through the next 5 years. So we can't ignore what's going on in that period, but we should really be anchoring in the next 10 to 20 years.
Because that's what we're investing at and trying to provide that assessment.
Yeah, we're projecting benefit payments out 80 plus years, but the bulk of the liability is in that 10 to 20 year.
10 to 20.
Over the next 10 to 20 years. And so that's why we really focus on that.
Thank you.
Bill, just out of curiosity, how many participants are in this pro forecasters group?
It's about 40.
Sizable. Okay.
Yeah, it's sizable. It's been a survey that's they've been doing for years. And there's a variety of these that people look at. I did a webinar with where one of the other speakers was from the CBO and their forecast. This is one of the surveys they look at in doing their forecasts as well. So it's not the only survey, but it's a very reputable survey, and it's been done consistently.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And I hope whoever's predicting 4.5% over the next 20 years is wrong.
Yeah, I think you're not the only one. So there's a lot of volatility in this. And given our assumption at 2.25, at this point, we're proposing that we take a step and increase that to 2.5. But we're certainly not looking to jump up to a number like 3 or 4% at this point. So any other questions on price inflation before I move on?
I'm wondering if we should, since we have to make a decision on each of these, should we discuss and make a decision on price inflation before we move forward to wage inflation, and then before we move forward to the other items, or take them all together at the end?
I'd recommend taking them all together at the end because there is some connection between them.
Okay.
And it'd be good to just have that in mind.
Okay. Any comment from trustees on how to handle this procedurally? All right, then we'll move forward with your recommendation, Mr. Hallmark.
Was Jackie able to join us? I can't see her on my screen, but she had another board meeting today as well. So
He has not joined.
okay. She did a lot of the research on the wage inflation, so I was going to have her walk us through that. But wage inflation is the across the board portion of salary increases. So we can think of salary increases as 3 different components. There's the price inflation component, a real wage growth component, and merit or longevity or promotion increase. We look at that merit or longevity or promotion increase assumption based on service as a part of the demographic study, so that we can really look at the patterns within the San Jose workforce. So we're not talking about that piece. Wage inflation is that across the board piece that everyone gets. And so we look at national data, and we also look at the bargaining agreements and see what's been going on there. The current, on the right-hand side, we're showing the wage inflation assumptions for the California systems. So there's, I think, 39 California systems that we look at. And they range from 2.5 to 3.5, but the bulk are at 3 or 3.25, with some, another group at 2.75. We are currently at 3, right in the middle there. So it's a very standard wage inflation assumption we're using right now. When we look at the national data, we've been seeing an increase for local governments in wage inflation across the country, and particularly when you start picking up recent experience. For San Jose, the current bargaining agreements all had 3% annual across the board wage increases built into them, which really supported our assumption of 3%. There was a good match there. This last year, there were wage reopeners and side letters in all the bargaining agreements. In general, they had wage increases of 4.5% instead of 3%, effective around July 1st of 2022. And then there were some one-time special adjustments by job classification that were not entirely insignificant. Some of them were minor adjustments, some of them were quite significant adjustments. And so right now we're suggesting that we change our assumption to, instead of just assume things go forward for this next year at 3%, that we actually reflect those wage reopeners and the special adjustments for this next year, which would make the next year's adjustment total, I think, is coming in right around 5%. So it's higher than the 3% we've been assuming by a fair amount. Going forward, we're suggesting this year that we keep the ultimate rate at 3%. So any future years, we just continue at 3% this year. Most of the bargaining agreements are set to be renegotiated going forward. We have a lot of uncertainty in what's going on with the labor markets and what we're likely to see going forward. And as you'll see, that also extends to our capital market assumptions. And so we're suggesting let's hold off on making any adjustment to the ultimate rate until next year, and we can get some insight from the bargaining agreements and also see what happens with the economic situation. Any questions on that piece?
So let me just rephrase what you said. Basically, we already have the amounts that have been agreed upon, and that is starting as of July 2022. So you're going to incorporate the latest salary changes that are effective in fiscal year 22-23. And then moving forward for the next 10 years or so, as we're looking at that, we're going to keep the assumption of 3%. Is that correct?
Yes. So the data we received does not have those adjustments in it. And so we will.
Why? Is it prior year?
Yeah, because it's as of the pay period before June 30th.
You should be able to get that from.
Well, so rather than get the additional data, we're just going to use this assumption and increase what we would have used using the 4.5 with the other adjustments instead of,
yeah, the special adjustments by job class, just to re-edify why, and I happen to be somewhat involved in this, so I know, is because it is evaluating what city employees are earning comparatively to other municipalities. And given our high vacancy rate, it's been very hard to fill these vacancies if we're paying under the salary of other municipalities. So it's really just wage equality, I guess, if you would say, so that we can fill these vacancies.
And anecdotally, I would add, we're seeing this in a lot of different systems, certainly in California. So it's
well, because we're dealing with 8.5% inflation. So yes, we're chasing that inflation, and I get that, and that just propagates it further, right? But everybody, and especially government employees, don't make that much. So, and we live in an area that's very expensive. So all of that makes it that much difficult. But I understand we're looking at the next 10 years out. So 3% is reasonable based on that.
So the other piece that gets related here, both with price inflation and wage inflation, is our amortization payment increase rate. So you may recall when we set up amortizations, we don't set them up as a level dollar payment like you would a typical mortgage. There's an increase built into the amortization payment each year. And we like that, that increase to be less than payroll growth, because if the increase rate ends up being higher than actual payroll growth, then our UAL payment goes up as a percentage of pay. And we want it to be level or declining as a percentage of payroll. And often we bring it, get over time, bring it down closer to our inflation assumption. We are currently using 2.75% each year, which is in that range that we like. And so we're not recommending any change to that, even though our inflation assumption is going up. We're suggesting we keep that at 2.75. That keeps it as a slightly declining percentage of payroll going forward, which gives us a little margin of conservatism there.
Hi, Bill, could you explain that a little further to the board for why we preferred the rate to be lower than expected payroll growth?
Yeah, so if, we're assuming payroll will grow at 3% a year. And so if our payment on the unfunded liability grows by 3% and payroll grows by 3%, then that payment is a level percentage of payroll. And level percentage of payroll is good, but what we don't want is actual payroll to grow by less than that number, because if the amortization payment goes up 3%, but payroll remains flat, now the city's having to pay a higher percentage of payroll going forward. And so we want that to be a level percentage of payroll or a declining percentage of payroll. And so, so we want the amortization payment increase to be lower than we expect payroll to grow, just to give us a little bit of margin in case payroll doesn't grow as fast as we expect. Now, police and fire has set theirs equal to the inflation assumption, so that they're effectively making level real dollar payments each year. You know, we like that approach as well, but you are very close to that approach.
Could you explain the difference between the two for the police and fire version versus?
So the police and fire would be at 2.5% because we assume inflation is 2.5%. and you're at 2.75. And so the difference is very slight in the way the amortization payments work. For police and fire, they would start higher and not increase as much. Your payments start just slightly lower and increase at a higher rate.
So just so I conceptualize and understand it, and pardon my ignorance, folks, I'm not an actuary. So I just want to make sure I understood correctly that for the amortization payments increase for Federated, your recommendation is that we keep it level or below what we do for the wage inflation. Now, for police and fire, they've taken a different model and they've decided to tie or make relative their amortization rate to the inflation rate. And so what I'm trying to understand between the two is what's the justification for either?
It's not a different model. It's the same model. We want them to be below wage inflation. They've just chosen to go to a little lower number than we are at with Federated. And we're comfortable with where Federated is now. So we're not proposing that they go down to where police and fire is. We would certainly not be opposed to being where police and fire is at 2.5.
Because I understood, maybe I misunderstood you, I thought you had said that police and fire, you, in deciding the amortization payment increase rate, you tied it or tethered it or considered and made it relative to the inflation rate. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's how they chose the rate below wage inflation.
Okay. And is there a reason why we wouldn't do that here?
Just because it's a year where we expect contributions to be higher than we had expected last year, or higher than last year's contributions. And so we would, if we wanted to make that change, we'd typically make it after a year like last year, because it's just a minor change going forward. And so you typically we certainly wouldn't be opposed to making it this year, but we wouldn't be pushing for it this year just because we're coming in higher than what we had projected, or higher than we paid last year.
Can I ask a really basic question? Okay, and I apologize if this is something that you've explained, but I'm a bit confused. All right, what is an amortization payment? What's that mean? How does that relate? I'm sorry, I just, I got the whole inflation piece, the price piece, but I don't understand.
Right. So we have an unfunded liability that's about $2 billion. Mm-hmm. And so we set up a schedule of payments to pay off that $2 billion over time.
Okay.
And it's broken up into a bunch of different pieces. But those payments, for each of the pieces of those payments, the amortization schedule is that schedule of payments. So it is kind of like your mortgage has a schedule of payments to pay off your $2 billion mortgage. And so it's how do we structure those payments? And your typical mortgage, you pay the same dollar amount each year or each month, right? For us, instead of paying the same dollar amount, we have a schedule of increasing payments. And this assumption is how fast do those payments increase? And so police and fire chose those payments to increase at the same rate as inflation. We just want to make sure that that increase is below the rate that payroll increases from year to year. And
why did the payments increase? I mean, why isn't it just a set amount? I understand. I think there are those segments, like, the major losses or whatever, that are spread over the period of time, right?
Yeah.
Aren't they
So
set
the idea, the original idea and the typical idea in the public sector is to set the payments as a level percent of payroll. So that for budgeting purposes, the costs of the program remain a level percent of payroll. And I guess my view and a lot of other actuaries' view has been that perhaps we should set it so that it's a declining percentage of payroll, a gradually declining percentage of payroll, because the plans that have gotten into trouble are ones where they assumed payroll would grow much faster than it actually did. And then their payments become a higher and higher percentage of payroll, which is a bigger and bigger percentage of the sponsor's budget. And so that's the danger we want to avoid. And so we're trying to keep those payments slightly lower than that. There would be nothing wrong with going to a level dollar approach either. It's a more conservative approach. It puts more payments on the sponsor today and less in the future.
Okay, and payroll could decrease just because people are leaving or we can't hire people or whatever. I mean, it's not just salary increases.
Right, it could, but that happens more when you have a city that or sponsor that's contracting. So you know, the places we've seen that play out in a damaging way are places like Detroit with the decline of the auto industry. Their whole revenue base shrank, and so their payroll had to shrink as well. Kentucky saw that. They were expecting continued rapid growth, and it reversed and got them into a lot of trouble. So we're certainly not projecting anything like that in San Jose. So we're pretty comfortable with it, but we do want to maintain that margin of conservatism.
I think Council Liederman has a question.
Yes, thank you, and good morning. Bill, it sounds like the driver for this particular economic assumption that you're emphasizing is the city's budget. And I'm wondering, since this is an amortization rate relating to the unfunded liability of the system, shouldn't the driver be how appropriate and how timely we can get improve the funded status of the plan? In other words, I'm not hearing anything that ties this amortization of the unfunded liability to the unfunded liability of the system, as opposed to being concerned about the percentage of the city's budget that has to be paid in contributions. And I'm wondering if you could help the board understand, in a system that is 60% funded compared to a system that's 90% funded, how should the board approach making these economic assumptions, particularly the amortization of the unfunded liability, to assure the proper funding of the system? And where is that taken into consideration in this presentation?
So we went through that dynamic for amortization payments last month, and the place you really target that is the amortization period. This is, and the amortization period has a far more significant effect on how quickly you pay down the UAL than this number. Certainly, I guess I would argue if you had really long amortization payments, there's another argument for bringing this number down, because we talked last time about negative amortization or payments that aren't sufficient to pay any portion of the UAL. And if you have long amortization periods and a high increase in the amortization rate, you'll get negative amortization and negative amortization for a longer period. We are not doing that. We do not have any negative amortization in our schedules. So this is more about, broadly, how is payroll expected to grow in the system, and how do we keep costs as a level or declining percentage of payroll on that schedule. But if you are focused on getting your 60% plan better funded versus your 90% plan, you really need to talk about the amortization periods much more than this. This is going to have a much more minor impact. It's really not that strong of a lever to close that funding gap.
And so just a follow-up question on that, when would be the next time the board would reconsider the amortization period?
Well, we just reviewed them last month. It would be at the board's discretion of when we want to review them again. I think certainly one of the times to look at shortening periods is after we've had a good investment year. We've done that with discount rates. We do that with other things where what would otherwise be a decline in costs, we use a portion of that to tighten things up. And so that's an excellent time to look at shortening the remaining amortization periods. I think what we saw looking at them last month is you can get pretty significant increases in the contributions, and the board wasn't ready to do that at this point.
And the next assumption we're about to look at, the discount rate, is also the next major lever that would affect essentially the payback schedule, as it were. Is that not correct?
It doesn't affect the payback schedule. I mean, we would still get to 100% in the same period of time because that's driven by the amortizations. But it changes our measure of where we have to get to. And so it changes the contributions needed to get there. So with that, I'm going to let Stephen get us started on the discount rate, and then I'll finish that off.
Jackie has joined also.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So now we're going to talk about the discount rate, which is also the expected return on assets. And as Bill mentioned, this is the single most powerful assumption. So, you know, the change of 25 basis points can have a significant impact on the liabilities. And the higher the expected return, the lower the expected contributions, and vice versa. But over time, it is the actual experience which determines the contributions, right? So if you overshoot your expected return, you're going to have losses that then need to be amortized. And if you undershoot your expected return, you'll have gains that will be amortized. So it really, I guess, shifts timing, but the actual cost of the plan is what it is based on investment returns and, you know, how long people live, that sort of thing. Currently, the discount rate is set at 6.625, which is 6 5/8. So where do we look for context in selecting this rate? Well, one, we look at historical experience for the plan, for the system, and also we look at industry trends. So, you know, what are other systems doing? Surveys are a good source of, you know, industry trends. And then there are two primary factors to consider in setting the discount rate. One being the expectations for the future, and two being the board's risk preference. Okay, so here we look at, on slide 14, we're looking at the historical performance. The red line is the assumption. So you can see that in 2013, that was 7.5%, and that has gradually come down over the past 10 years to the 6.625% assumption that we're using today. So where have the returns been? Well, the blue bars are showing the return on market value of assets, And the green bars are showing the return on actuarial value, which is the smooth value. I guess a couple of things to notice. There have been more years where the return has been below the expectation or the assumption than above. And I would say another thing to note is that the past 2 years have been outliers. See the 30% plus return for fiscal year end 2021, and then followed up by some negative returns in the most recent fiscal year. So over this period, the average return has been 6.3% on a market value basis. So that's a bit under the assumption. And on an actuarial value basis, 5.6%. Although I would note there with the returns in 2021 haven't fully been smoothed in yet, right? So there's a bit of a lag there. So moving on to slide 15, here we look at a survey of other California systems. And on the left side, we're showing where the discount rates, the range of discount rates for the different systems and the different percentiles. So the yellow diamond is the city of San Jose Federated system. And you can see that the discount rate has been near the lower end of the spectrum, so down in the 0 to 25th percentile, although there's a little closer to the 25th percentile in more recent years. And on the right side, we show the distribution of the discount rates as of the most recent survey. So you can see that there are 2 systems with 6.625%, and that's no longer so the federated system is no longer at the bottom of the range, but near the bottom. You can see the most common assumption is 7, and then also 6.75. And again, we'll get into that, but these are based on expectations and asset allocations, right? And so I'll turn it over to Bill now to discuss future expectations.
Actually,
Yeah, so those are really looking at the past, and we want to look forward for what we expect.
Oh, I think there was a question, Bill.
I was just going to ask, in terms of the other plans that are out there, what are their funding values? Are they experiencing the same issues that we are?
In the California survey, I think we are among the lowest funded ratios.
So that would seem to me that we would want to be pretty conservative if we're at the lower end of the ratios.
Yeah, so the ratios do depend a bit on what your assumption is, right? If we increase our assumption, that would increase our funded ratio. But even with that, this system is one of the more poorly funded systems in California.
Thank you.
So part of that drive you've seen in the drop of the discount rate over time has really been driven by declines in interest rates. And so we look at this just to remind people where we are and what's driving it and how that economic environment may change things going forward. The idea being, back in 1995, the yield on the 10-year treasury was 6.2%. And so even though we were assuming 8.25, we only had to get an investment return that was 200 basis points above the yield on the treasury to meet our assumption. As those interest rates have declined, we've had to adjust our asset allocation and other things to try and get a greater margin over the yield on a 10-year treasury. Now that probably reached its peak extreme in 2020 in the middle of the pandemic when the yields dropped to 0.7%. They weren't down there that long, but they were certainly between 1% and 2% for a long time. Now we've seen a significant increase in those yields up This is using June 30th. The yield was 3.14. It's bounced up above 4 periodically, but I think it's, I didn't look to see where it is now, but I think it's like 3.8 or 3.75, somewhere in that
No, I
range.
believe it's above 4% today.
It's about 4.2, Bill, today.
4.2, yeah.
2005, correct.
So it's really been bouncing around, and with the Fed's movements, it's much higher. So that has really changed the environment right now looking forward. The question becomes how permanent is that? How long-standing will that be? So when we're looking at the expected returns, we look primarily at 2 different data sources. We get Makita's capital market assumptions and what they expect for your portfolio over a 10 and 20-year horizon. And then we also look at a survey of capital market assumptions published by Horizon that has a variety of investment consultants in it, and they calculate an average assumption for each asset class. And then we map your asset allocation to those average assumptions and calculate what the expected return on that average capital market assumption would be for your portfolio. Makita this year, because of those changes in interest rates and also changes in valuations and price earnings ratios, issued an interim set of capital market assumptions that around June 30th. And so we've included those this year as well. And so you can see over the 10-year time horizon, the Horizon survey, we would want to compare to Makita's original, because the timing of the capital market assumptions is approximately the same, which would have been as of the beginning of this year. The median expectation it is below 6.5, 6.1 for Makita, 6.4 for the Horizon survey. The other numbers in here give you a sense of the distribution around that median. But then look at the interim. With those adjustments, the median in Makita's assessment jumped all the way to 7.6%. If we look at it over a 20-year horizon, the Makita original and Horizon survey were identical at about 7.1, but the interim has jumped all the way up to 8.3% for your return. Here we note that the Horizon survey on a 10-year time frame has 40 different investment consultants. On a 20-year time horizon, it only has 24, just to give us a sense of that survey. So there's been quite a change in those interim assumptions. One of the things we've looked at in the past is trying to keep the discount rate between the 10 and 20-year assumptions. And so the gray bar is showing the Makita 10-year assumption at the bottom and the 20-year assumption at the top. And then the gold diamond is where we set the discount rate. And so you can see, with the exception of 2019, which I'll talk about in a minute, we've been right in the middle of that pack. And if you use the original assumptions, the 6 5/8 would remain in the middle of that range, but it would be far below the range based on the interim assumptions. In 2019, what happened was capital market assumptions were set based on December 2018 market conditions, and there was a brief spike up in interest rates and a decline in equity markets, changing price earnings ratios. This similar dynamic caused the capital market assumptions to rise, but 3 to 4 months later, all of that had reversed. And so when we got to the next year, they were back where they had been before. And at the time we were looking at it for the 2019 valuation, we knew that it had reversed. And so we said, don't make a change. This year, we don't see any reversal in this right now. Obviously, the markets have continued to drop, so valuations have gotten lower, and the Fed's continuing to raise interest rates. So both of those would have the impact of future expected returns being higher. However, we do think it's a very uncertain time in capital markets. And so we're suggesting at this point that the board not make any change to the discount rate and hold this over and look at it next year and see if those market conditions remain much higher than they are today. So any questions or thoughts on that? I would say this is also part of the reason we're suggesting delaying on the wage inflation, because if we were to do anything on wage inflation, we would be increasing it, which would increase costs. If we also increase the discount rate, that would decrease costs. And
I'm just curious, if we were, I mean, and I don't know if you know this right now, but if we were to increase the discount rate to 7%, just saying, what would that do to our unfunded liability? What percentage would that put us at? More or less.
We had a slide in the September meeting where we showed the funded ratio going from 63 to 66%.
Yeah, that's as of 2021. So
okay,
it would be
a
little lower in 2022.
Yeah,
so 60% or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, given everything that's happening in the markets right now,
Really?
in the geopolitical system, I would hate to increase the discount rate.
Yeah,
I think it's still a very scary time.
I do agree.
Good. Thank you. That's all.
I know Councilmember Davis, if she was here, she would be asking. She, I think, felt that we brought it way down, and it was just interesting in looking at this, you know, kind of. But yeah, the world is a changing right now.
Yeah, I think that's our sense, is there's so much up in the air. And we think where we are now is fine. And so I would hate to make a move right now that a year from now we would regret. So I think it makes sense to just wait and reassess, and hopefully there's a little more clarity on what the long-term situation will be.
Yes.
Okay. Are we up to the point of decision making?
I need to throw one more curveball.
Okay. Thank you.
So this is normally not reviewed with the economic assumptions, but this is an unusual year. We have an assumption for our mortality. We have two assumptions make up our mortality assumption. One is a base set of mortality rates, and then the second is how those mortality rates improve each year in the future. And we had adopted an assumption for that improvement piece to use the most recent scale published by the Society of Actuaries, which normally comes out next week of each year. And so we are expecting a report next week. I just got an update on Tuesday from a representative of the Society of Actuaries at a conference I was attending. They are going to issue a report, but it will not have a new scale in it. it will have data and actuaries can create their own new scale. The reason for that is this is the first year that it would incorporate data affected by COVID. And so the model they would normally update would provide kind of unusual results and probably inconsistent with our projections for future mortality. And so there are a lot of opinions about how COVID is going to affect mortality going forward. There's a whole range of thoughts, and they published a survey of those ranges of thoughts by experts. But we're suggesting that we cease updating to the latest scale, just stick with our current scale that we used in the last valuation. And then when we do the demographic experience study next year, we'll reassess it, see if there's new information and new thoughts on what the longer term implication of COVID is on mortality rates.
I thought with, and this is more like some conferences I've gone to and actuarial, you know, every time they've dug into COVID and they've brought it up, they said that overall, it really didn't have much difference on the mortality. So are you saying now it does? Or you just
definitely has had an effect. It's definitely had an effect on mortality. The effect, though, that we're seeing in the plans so far, it is very minor in terms of the liability impact. Because
in California,
we're talking
California because we're California pension.
And part of it also, we'll see more this year, or so far I'm seeing more this year. And so we might be able to provide more updates next month on this because we haven't got through the data. But last year when we looked at it, it was as of June 30th, 2021. At that point, the big spike had really not hit on the West Coast. It was that Delta spike in December or the winter of 2021, which will show up in this year's data. So I have seen other plans having much more significant impact in terms of head count in the 2022 data. I've not looked at your data yet, so I don't know how it's affected you, but most of that impact that I've seen so far has been among the oldest members in the plan who have a very small liability. So the liability impact has been negligible.
And California too.
Right.
So, yeah.
If it has an impact, would it tend to increase or decrease the liabilities?
Decrease.
Decrease, but a very small impact so far.
Yeah.
Well, it would seem to me that the most conservative thing would be to keep this most recent scale and just wait to see how things unfold. Because certainly, I think it's more likely than not that mortality will decrease versus increase given the amount of vaccines and everything else we've learned about the virus. So unless there's some, you know, it just seems like that's probably the best, most conservative thing to do in my opinion.
I think what we are seeing is there is general agreement among the experts that for US population as a whole, not for pensioners, which tend to be healthier than the US population as a whole, they are expecting higher mortality rates for the next 1 to 3 years. But beyond that, then things vary a lot of whether they think we'll return to what we were before, maybe even lower mortality rates than we had before, to long COVID having an ongoing impact. So there's really a diversity of opinion there.
All right, let's dig into our multiple decision points here.
So here are the decisions. And yeah, we'll just take questions, I guess.
So open it up to trustees. And I think we should take each in turn. So price, then wage inflation, the amortization increases, and then the discount rate, and finally the mortality scale. Does anyone, do we have any trustee comments or questions on price inflation?
I think we need to increase the inflation rate, just given everything that's happening in the market and commodity markets.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know what we should increase it to, but I strongly believe we should increase it.
I have a sense there's unanimity on increasing it. Perhaps the devil is very much in the detail here of to what level. Such a modest increase of only 25 basis points seems to me overly cautious and not fully responsive to the current moment. So I don't know if others have opinions about what the price inflation rate should be, or how much we should increase it.
And
bearing in mind that we are looking out at 10-year inflation rates.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to raise, Spencer. It's a 20-year, 10 to 20-year horizon.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be a lot more over the next year than 2.5%, sadly. But over 20 years, I don't know.
I'm comfortable with where we are. I mean, we're always going to be without perfect data, and we also don't have to be right on target. We're not forecasters, so I'm fine with what is being proposed.
And just to add, we always have next year as well if we feel like we've erred on the side of too much caution. But the 10 to 20 years is so hard to predict, right? I think that's where we all get a little bit hesitant, but something incremental seems reasonable.
I agree with Trustee Chandra. I believe, again, we need to, and that's why I said it in the beginning, we're looking at the 10 to 20 years. If we were looking at this year, it'd be like, no, of course it's higher, but 10 to 20 years, and we have next year to make that change. So I'm comfortable with what's being proposed.
So would someone like to formulate a proposal for the price inflation rate?
Yeah, Trustee Kelleher proposes increasing the price inflation rate from 2.25% to 2.5%.
And I second it.
And we have a second from Vice Chair Jennings. Is there any further trustee discussion? Is there any public comment? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to a roll call vote. Trustee Chandra?
Aye.
And Trustee Orr?
Aye.
Trustee Kelleher?
Aye.
Vice Chair Jennings?
Aye.
Trustee Avasti?
Aye.
And I will vote no, knowing it has no impact, and the motion passes. Moving forward to wage inflation. So this is the increment over price inflation. Thoughts on where this number should be?
I also concur with what is being proposed, given that, again, we're looking at 10 to 20 years out. And, updating with the current agreements only makes sense because that is the reality of the situation. So I agree with what's being proposed.
And just to clarify, what's being proposed is
no change.
No change, even though we've changed the price inflation rate. So the real growth is actually decreased.
No change to the ultimate scale, but the reflection of the current bargaining agreement means for this next year, we'd be around 5% instead of 3%.
Because they need to update to what is existing. So that is a change in their calculation, but it's only reflecting reality.
Okay. Trustee Avasti, I think you were about to say something?
Yeah, I think you already captured my question. So we are increasing price inflation, but we are keeping wage inflation the same. So are we assuming that the real wage growth is going to be lower? So my question really is like, we are changing the building blocks, right? So how does it impact the overall model?
Yeah, so it would certainly be reasonable to increase the wage inflation to 3.25 and keep that real wage growth constant. That would increase costs. There's still a lot of uncertainty around what's going to happen with wages going forward. And the place we ended up with another client was looking at increasing the wage inflation assumption this year and increasing costs with a likelihood of increasing the discount rate next year, which would reduce costs. And so the thought was, let's make those moves at the same time instead of in subsequent years so that they offset each other. And so it's really more of a question of let's just hold off on the wage inflation for one more year. We may next year decide to reverse and increase it to 3.25. We'll have more information. We'll know what's going on the discount rate as well at that time. And so it's more, let's make those assumption changes at the same time rather than in different years.
And hopefully by then you have agreements with the bargaining units for at least 2 years, hopefully 3 years.
Yeah, so we will know if we have those agreements, we'll have a sense of what the city is seeing and expecting in the short term.
Mm-hmm.
Any other trustee comments or questions? Would a trustee like to formulate a proposal or proposals? We've basically heard two possibilities, keeping it at 3 or increasing it to 3.25 so that the real rate remains the same as current.
I'll put forward a motion to accept what is proposed. No change proposed for this year, and update the current bargaining agreements as of 2022.
Trustee Kelleher would second that motion.
So we have a motion from Vice Chair Jennings, a second from Trustee Kelleher. Is there any further trustee discussion of this item? Is there any public comment on this item? Go to roll call vote. Trustee Chandra?
Aye.
Trustee Orr?
Aye.
Vice Chair Jennings?
Aye.
Trustee Kelleher?
Aye.
Trustee Avasti?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. It passes. Come to the amortization payment increase. 2.75% with no change proposed by Chiron. Any trustee comments on this item? So if we were to entertain increasing this to, let's say, 3%, that would tilt the amortization payments ever so slightly to to increasing the funded status of the plan. Is that a correct analysis?
No, it would, if you increase that to 3%, it would reduce current payments and increase future payments. And if you went the other way to 2.5%, it would increase current payments and reduce future payments.
Okay.
But it's not changing the time period. And so the effect on funded status is very, very minor.
In which direction would it accelerate the funded status in the near term?
If you dropped it to 2.5, it would accelerate the funded status very, very slightly because you'd be collecting more money now.
Mm-hmm. And 2.5% is what police and fire have agreed on?
It is.
Okay, is there any other questions by trustees? Would any trustee like to formulate a proposal?
I propose we accept the recommendation as laid out by Chiron at 2.75, no change.
Okay, the trustee Orr has proposed keeping the current rate at 2.75. Is there a second?
Yeah, I believe we should rely on Chiron's recommendation and keep it at 2.75. So trustee Kelleher seconds the motion.
Thank you. A second from trustee Kelleher. Is there any further trustee discussion? Is there any public comment? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to roll call vote. Trustee Chandra,
Aye.
trustee Orr,
Aye.
vice chair Jennings,
Aye.
trustee Kelleher.
Aye.
Trustee Avasti,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. It passes unanimously. On to the discount rate. The proposal is no change from last year, which is 6.625%. Any trustee questions or comments on the discount rate?
Chair Horowitz, I'm prepared to make a motion if there's no discussion.
Very well. I'm not hearing any discussion, so please proceed.
I'll make a motion to maintain a discount rate of 6.625%, no change to the prior year.
Very good. So that's a motion by trustee Chandra to maintain the current discount rate. Is there a second?
I second it.
I heard two voices there. I think trustee Orr was the second. Any further discussion amongst trustees about the discount rate? Any public comments on the discount rate? Okay, hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote. Trustee Chandra,
Aye.
trustee Orr,
Aye.
vice chair Jennings,
Aye.
trustee Kelleher,
Aye.
trustee Avasti,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well, so that passes unanimously. And finally, for the mortality improvement scale, again, the recommendation is not to update, do not update this year, so the same as last year. Is there any further trustee comments or questions? Would any trustee like to formulate a proposal?
Yes, trustee Keller proposes that we do not update the mortality improvement scale this year and just reassess once we have more information.
Okay, thank you. So that's trustee Keller says motions that we do not update the scale this year. Is there a second?
I second it.
That's a second from vice chair Jennings. Any further trustee discussion? Any public comment? We'll move to roll call. Trustee Chandra,
Aye.
trustee Orr,
Aye.
vice chair Jennings,
Aye.
trustee Kelleher,
Aye.
trustee Avasti,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. Motion carries. And I believe, is that the final issue with this agenda item?
Yes, that's it from us. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Hallmark, once again. And at this point, I'd like to take our 5-minute break. So I have 10:33. We'll convene at 10:38. believe we are up to agenda item 5D, discussion action on city's request to drop healthcare coverage for affected members under the city's Medicare mandate pursuant to municipal code 3.28.1970.
Thank you, Chair Horowitz. So Sandra Castellano and I will be presenting on this item, and we have also invited the city attorney's office in the city to participate and comment on this agenda item as well. So if I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my screen, please let me know when you can see it.
We can see it.
Okay, great. I'm just going to make it a little bigger so you guys see it better. So there is a San Jose Municipal Code. Let me just scroll down, which is an attachment to the back of materials provided to you. So San Jose Municipal Code 3.28.1970 provides the requirements for participation of members in city provided medical insurance plans and sets forth the requirements for such participation that this plan administers for retirees. And so you see here, this is the beginning of the provision. There is a provision down in subdivision I, which is known as the Medicare mandate, colloquially. So in this provision, I'll walk you through so you can take a look that to be able to receive Medicare, to receive city-sponsored medical insurance and be on one of their provided plans as a retiree member, you must do two things. One, you must first enroll in the Medicare when you become eligible in Part A and Part B during the initial enrollment period under the applicable federal rules. And in addition to that, you must also not only enroll, but you must also assign your Medicare Part A and Part B benefits as required by the healthcare provider. So once you do those two things for initial compliance, one, enroll in Medicare, and two, assign your Medicare to the healthcare provider under contract with the city, then you may continue to be on the medical insurance plan provided by the city and administered by this plan. And if a member fails to meet the requirements set forth above, again, this is the initial compliance of enrolling and then assigning, the plan shall cease to provide retiree healthcare benefits until the plan member completes such requirements. And so if you do not meet the initial compliance requirements of A, enrolling in Medicare during the initial enrollment period, and B, assigning your Medicare coverage to the plan healthcare provider, the plan is required by the municipal code to drop the member's medical coverage. Now, the plan, if a member does not meet this requirement, the initial enrollment period, the initial compliance requirements, then the plan member shall be enrolled at the next available enrollment period, which generally is January to March, the open enrollment period for Medicare. There's only one window each year. And so the plan member must wait until the next enrollment period to actually comply if they miss their initial enrollment period around the Medicare eligibility date, which is either age 65 and or any other Medicare qualifying eligibility. So as you see here, this is what we call the Medicare mandates enforcement provision. So like I mentioned earlier, it requires initial compliance. As you see here, it doesn't contemplate or discuss explicitly what to do in circumstances where a member initially complied, meaning they enrolled in Medicare and assigned, but for some reason later down the line lost Medicare coverage for whatever reason. And so the population we're talking about today for this agenda item is the latter, somebody who's initially complied under the two requirements for initial compliance, enrollment and assignment, but subsequently later lost their Medicare coverage. And so just for clarity, that is a population of affected members that we're discussing today. Now, to maintain such individuals on our plan would frustrate the purpose of the statute, because the city council had passed this Medicare mandate provision as a cost-saving measure to the city, because once a member is enrolled in Medicare, that reduces the cost for the city to provide healthcare benefits for that member. And so there is an implicit requirement for retirees to maintain their Medicare coverage if they want to stay on a city-sponsored plan. And so the city has requested that this board drop coverage for these affected members because they have failed to maintain Medicare coverage, and stated that, and have also stated its intent that they intended this provision to also extend to those who, to extend to require that affected members maintain their coverage. Now, like I said earlier, it doesn't explicitly say that, but it could be read implicitly to support that. And so with that, I am going to turn it over to Sandra, who's going to be talking more about the details and facts. We've been working collaboratively with the city to enforce this Medicare mandate. And so what we want here today is to get direction and approval for action of the board of these recommendations provided above in the memo once we've heard from Sandra.
Good morning, Sandra Castellano, Benefits Manager. So I'll go over a few key points from the memo. The city has two healthcare providers, Anthem and Kaiser. Anthem and Kaiser operate differently for members who are Medicare eligible. For Anthem, if a member does not enroll and assign or does not stay enrolled in Medicare, Anthem drops their coverage automatically. For Kaiser, Kaiser does not drop the member's coverage and instead transfers them to a special exception group at a high cost to the city. This presents an administrative problem for ORS because, as Maytech was mentioning, that member may initially comply with the Medicare mandate, but then loses coverage, and ORS doesn't have notice to drop them. We discovered this population of affected members when the city and ORS began working together to enforce the Medicare mandate earlier this year. I'll do mention the city's been very clear that it intended that the Medicare mandate would extend to this affected population and has asked us to drop their coverage. As mentioned in the memo and the table, we have 25 federated members summarized here who are in this group of members who initially enrolled in Medicare, but then subsequently lost their Medicare coverage. And these members continue to be covered under the Kaiser plan at a high cost to the city. I'll point out that if this recommendation is approved by the board, we certainly will be working closely with these members to ensure that they have opportunities to re-enroll in Medicare if that's the issue, and continue their coverage without a lapse in coverage at all. And the city, as Maytech mentioned, we've been working closely with the city and they're in full agreement in that strategy. So there's certainly no plan to drop people without giving them an opportunity to enroll in Medicare again. And with that, I think those were the highlights I wanted to go over. Give it back to Maytech.
Thank you, Sandra. So going back up here to the memo, there are a number of recommendations that we have for the board that we would like the board to accept or approve by majority vote. One is to acknowledge that the plan is obligated to cease providing retiree health care benefits to members who are Medicare eligible, but who have not initially enrolled in Medicare and who have not assigned the Medicare benefits to the healthcare insurer provided by the city under the municipal code provision. And so this again is just a population for the initial compliance that's fairly stated clearly in the municipal code. Second, we would like the board to acknowledge that there is a population of retiree members who initially complied with the Medicare enrollment and assignment requirements in the municipal code, but who subsequently lost Medicare coverage and who have retiree health benefits provided by Kaiser under the city contract. Again, this is the affected members that we are seeking to address in the next few bullet points. And further acknowledge that the city has stated its intent that retired members must maintain healthcare coverage in order to maintain retiree healthcare benefits in the city provided healthcare plan, and that the city has asked the plan to drop the healthcare coverage for this population of retired members who initially complied with the requirements, but who subsequently lost Medicare coverage. And this is the part that Sandra had mentioned. We're also seeking the board's approval to direct staff to provide notice to the affected members that they must be continuously enrolled in Medicare to maintain coverage on a city healthcare plan and allow these members an opportunity to cure their loss of Medicare coverage and in the next Medicare open enrollment period. Again, and that would be in January to March. So we'd maintain their coverage and allow them an opportunity in January to enroll and cure. And also advise them if they do not do that, that the plan will drop their retiree healthcare coverage in the next period. We would also recommend the board or seek the board to recommend to the city council that at the end of the term of the Kaiser contract in December of 2023, if the parties choose to renew that contract, that they consider adding a provision that requires Kaiser to drop healthcare coverage for Medicare eligible members who do not have Medicare coverage. Now, as Sandra had mentioned, there's two different ways that this has been handled. Anthem has automatically dropped them, but in Kaiser's contract, there is a provision in there that requires them to maintain them and shift them to the load. And so that's why a lot of times this flies under the radar, because ORS is not monitoring to ensure that everybody is Medicare compliant throughout. We would prefer that responsibility to be shifted to the healthcare insurance provider. Lastly, as alternative recommendation, we would also recommend to the city council to consider adding language in the SMJC provisions to make sure that the plan's obligation to cease providing healthcare benefits to retirees who are Medicare eligible but who lost their Medicare coverage, that we have the authority to drop them because it's not explicitly stated so. And so those are the recommendations that we were seeking the board's adoption and approval with board action. And with that, I open it up. I believe I saw Suzanne Hutchins for, I'm not sure she's in there. Hutchins,
Yes, Suzanne is available. I think it's also Cheryl Parkman from the OER is also available. It's at the meeting.
Okay, great. So I would like to, to give them an opportunity to speak as well.
I'll let Cheryl speak first if she wants to address anything. But yes, so we had an evacuation at City Hall. I apologize, I missed half or more of this conversation, but to the extent there are questions, happy to do my best to answer them.
So I do have a question. I'm wondering, you talk about these 26 employees, retirees that are going to be impacted by this. Have we reached out to them already?
We have not reached out to them yet. No.
Because it seems like that might be a nice courtesy.
Absolutely. I think until we really know what the direction we're taking, we were a little reticent to reach out without having answers for them on what the next steps would be. So
Okay.
I think we're looking for some direction first.
That's
All right. And how do people lose their Medicare coverage?
I think there's two main ways here. Number one, they would stop paying for Medicare coverage. They have to pay Medicare for coverage. And number two, there are opportunities to reassign through private agencies. So they may, there's commercials on TV, there's other opportunities that they may have followed up with to assign their coverage somewhere else and not let us know.
Okay. But you just need direction before we start this process.
Yes. Particularly whether or not we have the authority to drop their coverage. I mean, like I said, we are going to work to keep them covered, but we really do need to know kind of the ultimate what's going to happen to them.
Okay.
So I have a question. So when someone is on Medicare, they're still paying into Medicare? Is that it? Is that what you said?
Yes. Yes.
Really?
And
Well, they're if I may, they're paying into part B, I believe, which is it's not coming out of their pension. They have to pay separately based on their income level, essentially. So you pay Medicare directly, it doesn't come out of your pension check. So you have to sign up with Medicare during open enrollment, and it is a separate transaction. So for us as active employees, it comes directly out of our paycheck, but for them, they have to sign up and pay separately. If that may be what you're thinking of.
Okay, so And so let me just ask one more clarifying question, because this is a little confusing to me. If they receive Social Security because they've worked outside the city, is that Medicare Part B deducted from their Social Security?
I believe it is, yes.
So it's those maybe employees that never have worked outside the city who don't get Social Security, then have to pay for Medicare Part B.
I believe that's correct, yes.
And thus don't pay it and then lose it. Now, I was also told that if they're not paying in, they receive a letter from Retirement Services or from the city saying, hey, by the way, you need to sign up for Medicare. I mean, is that an annual thing that goes out to these people, or do they?
Absolutely, yes. So when someone's turning 65, we do send, right now we are sending 3 letters, a letter 3 to 4 months in advance of their 65th birthday with instructions on how to enroll, who to contact, what paperwork we need. If we haven't heard from them on the month of their 65th birthday, we send them another letter with the additional information. We reach out to them personally, and then we're going to send a final letter within 3 months after, because that's the Medicare enrollment period, 3 months before, 3 months after your 65th birthday. Send them another letter, reach out to them again if we haven't heard from them.
And these are people who are retired that you send it to?
Yes, and we do have some retirees, obviously, who retire at age 65, and at the time they retire, they're eligible for Medicare. So then they're enrolling for Medicare at that time.
Okay, and all right, so these people who have stopped paying, most likely because they're like, why am I paying for this? Maybe they don't even understand it. Were they ever sent anything saying, hey, by the way, you need to sign up?
Well, initially they were, and they did sign up. So at this point, no, we have not reached out to them. So once we get direction from the board, we will reach out. And I do think there may be some that stop paying for Medicare. I really do think there are some who assign with private agencies. So no longer are assigning through the city, but are getting Medicare coverage through another entity. And we just need to know about that and update our records with them.
And may I just chime in one point here, while we were working through the Medicare mandates enforcement during this year is when we learned the city's stated intent that they wanted to extend this provision to apply to those who lose Medicare as well, along the line after initial compliance. And so that's why this issue is being raised before the board now. It's because it has come to our attention and we require board action and direction. And one other point, Sandra, could you explain to them what we do with Anthem? I know that you mentioned that Anthem automatically drops them, but could you explain the report that comes out from Anthem and how ORS goes around to get those members into compliance?
Yeah, so, and I think for the majority, when we find out someone has dropped coverage through Anthem and Anthem drops them, then we do reach out to the members, talk to them about what has happened and give them an opportunity to re-enroll if they want to re-enroll through us. I think what staff is telling me is the majority of times it is that option where they have decided to go with another private entity and not assign through the city. So in those cases, they're going with that other entity.
Okay, and so one more clarifying question. You're asking for our approval to reach out to them and let them know that this is part of the Muni Code and that they need to sign up or they're going to be dropped. Is that it?
That's correct. So we're asking the board's approval for these 6 bullet points that we're recommending for action.
Trustee Avasti, you have your hand raised?
So will these members, will they have an opportunity to cure their loss coverage, or is there any restriction?
There is a restriction because Medicare's open enrollment period is only 3 months out of every year. The period is from January to March. And so we would endeavor to allow them to cure in the next period.
So there is a possibility that they may not be able to cure it, like if the time period has passed.
Correct. So if they don't enroll again from January to March during that period, then they would then come out of compliance because it will no longer have Medicare coverage. Is that right, Sandra?
Yes, and we will be reaching out to them in December with an initial letter, following up with phone calls and emails in January, February, March to make sure they have every opportunity to ask us questions and know the process. But they will need to if the issue is that they are no longer enrolled in Medicare, they will need to re-enroll during that period in order to maintain coverage.
So if I'm a retiree and I'm currently at the high price Kaiser solution, the city will continue to pay for that, but I'll have the opportunity to switch over to Medicare and name the city as a beneficiary in January. I'm not going to be devastated if I get cancer in December, right before the open enrollment period.
Absolutely not.
Okay,
Absolutely
great.
not. Yes.
And throughout here, you've used the language loss of Medicare coverage, but in all cases, is this the result of a willful act by the person who has coverage, meaning they've chosen not to pay for whatever reason? Or is there some other means of losing Medicare coverage?
It's just meaning they've dropped their Medicare coverage.
So they've elected to drop it.
It's unclear exactly for each individual member. We just know that these members have been shifted to the Kaiser load. We haven't reached out and assessed with each and every member, but while we go to this direction to provide notice, while we work through that with each member, we would ascertain that.
Because if someone was living outside the Kaiser Anthem coverage area or living outside the country, it would be a completely rational decision to stop paying and drop coverage.
Right.
Or to assign
it's a
coverage to a
case-by-case
different carrier.
Situation when we reach out to them. So
Yeah.
Essentially what we're seeking is, direction to reach out to these members and take this course of action.
Okay. Any further trustee questions or comments? Would someone care to formulate a motion?
Well, I did want to make sure that the city, if they had any comments, if wanted to chime in or not.
Sure, and Cheryl Parkman, Office of Employee Relations, I can chime in just from the city's perspective. We believe that the municipal code is inherently clear on this, that this is already the action that should be taken, is that if somebody is not in Medicare, regardless of the reason, whether they never enrolled or they did enroll and have dropped out, that we should be taking action now in order to rectify this situation. So if they do not enroll in open enrollment in the January to March timeframe of 2023, that we should drop them. However, it is the board at the board's discretion if they would like to recommend the 2 bullets that you see in front of you on this memo to City Council. I think that if the city had a preferred method, and my understanding is the last 2 bullets are, you can take one or the other. That's my understanding from our police and fire meeting, is that if we do one, if we recommend to Kaiser that we change the contract, that would replace having to change the municipal code. So if there is a preferred city method, it is that we try to rectify the situation with Kaiser so that they are acting in the same way that Anthem is, where Anthem now just drops this coverage. As this board may know, the way and process to change the municipal code is a long and lengthy process, and we believe the municipal code is already clear. So if there's one preferred method from the city, it is the first bullet to recommend that we change language with Kaiser when that contract is up next year. And the city retains Kaiser as one of our medical providers, should that happen through a request for proposal. So that's the city's perspective. I'm happy to take any questions on that.
Hey, Cheryl, so is Kaiser open to that?
At this point, Julie, we do not know. This is something where we would have to reach out to Kaiser and through the negotiation process, should they be retained as a medical provider in that process, to ask.
Yes. Okay. That's probably easier to go at it that way.
And so kind of piggybacking on that point, because we're unclear whether or not Kaiser will maintain to be a city provider, or whether or not they would accept this recommendation. I advise the board to accept both recommendations here in the alternative, just to have our options open.
I see. So if they accept, if they don't, I mean, I'm sure we're going to stick with Kaiser. I mean, that would be a big shock to the system.
Okay, if any other questions from trustees?
Oh, I do have one more question.
Okay.
So when you retire, and then you're going through this, is it clarified to the retiree through the city or Office of Retirement Services that it is one required that you have Medicare Part B, and that you kind of sign it over to the city if you're going to take, if you're tier 1 taking the city benefits? Is that, do people know that? I mean, is it just kind of inherent?
We do have it in several places. When you retire on the application, it's stated, and you have to initial that you understand. Like I said earlier, we do send letters when you're turning 65. We are now offering quarterly workshops on Medicare enrollment for retirees to help. That all said, I do also understand that it is, a confusing process, and we do our best to educate as much as we can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's really important because it's super confusing. So. I have no more questions.
Okay, any other trustees, any further questions? Would any trustee care to formulate a motion? Am I permitted to formulate a motion?
Sure.
I move that we accept all the bullet points as recommended by Council Chin. And this gives the city the opportunity to either amend the Kaiser contract or amend the city charter to achieve this goal.
Trustee Chandra, I'll second that.
Thank you. So that's a motion by myself, Trustee Horowitz, a second by Trustee Chandra. Any further trustee discussion? Any public comment on this item? Okay, hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote. Trustee Chandra?
Aye.
Trustee Orr?
Aye.
Vice Chair Jennings?
Aye.
Trustee Keller?
Aye.
Trustee Avasti?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we move on from the agenda item, I do want to applaud Sandra and Cheryl for working together on this. It's been a very long endeavored process to sort through all the rules and figure out which population is which, because we started the project last December, and here we are today working with these last few stragglers. So I do want to applaud them for their work.
Thank you, Maytak. I just want to echo those words. Great job and great way of working together with the city, Sandra and Cheryl. So thank you both, and thank you, Maytak, for your support as well. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Can we have the agenda? So we are up to 5E, discussion action on the disability requirement process, including the role of the board medical advisor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to lead the discussion on that one, and we have staff available for comments if there are any questions. If I can have staff bring up the memo on that particular item. So I'm not going to go through all the memo and the details. Suffice to say, obviously, the recommendations are in the memo, the process, and what is it that really led us to this point and recommending what we're going to be recommending. So, as you know, your board has relied on the board medical analysis of your board medical advisors for many years. You may recall that during the last RFP, when Dr. Tim and your last board medical advisor finally retired, I did mention to you that that particular step of our process that included the board medical analysis by a board medical advisor was just not the typical approach and the standard of our peers throughout the state. And so I wasn't, I was a little concerned that we were not going to have any possible vendors that will be responding to RFP. Well, lo and behold, I was wrong. We did receive one vendor, World Health Solutions, which included Dr. Das, who was the actual last board medical advisor to the committees and the boards before Dr. Treatment. When he worked as the medical doctor capacity for the city until the city actually disbanded that particular department. And so we recommended to your board, and you did approve joining in a contract with WHS, and we initiated the process very positively and really hoping to work diligently and closely with them. Unfortunately, at this point, it's been more than a year. It took us about 9 months working with WHS to actually go through the agreement and receive all the documentation that was needed. And since the agreement was signed, the experience that we have had with their services, which is actually a split on 2 areas. First is the administrative support portion of the service, and then there is the actual board medical advisor service, have led a lot to be desired. And I have been actually working behind the scenes with staff for the last few months, and we came to the conclusion that it was best to cut our losses and actually stop that agreement with WHS, and at the same time recommend to your board that the board medical advisor role or that particular portion of that process of the disability application process will be eliminated. And will be eliminated in our recommendation is actually twofold. Number one, again, I actually come from other systems in the state that have worked well without having that particular portion of that process. But second, because as we know very well, there are many other of our peers across the state that actually function well without that particular role. In fact, if you read the memo, staff actually had meetings with our counterpart at the city of Fresno. We elected the city of Fresno because our disability council, Rose Riqueta, actually also is the disability council for the city of Fresno, and is work very closely with that process in Fresno. So again, I won't go to the whole memo. We're happy to answer any specific questions. Myself or staff is available. But suffice to say that at this point, our recommendation is to eliminate that role from the process and actually work in a diligent approach to change the agreement with WHS or terminate that agreement and work diligently with them on the services that they provide at this point, while at the same time extend the services to work with ExamWorks. ExamWorks is actually one of our 2 vendors that provide independent medical examiners services. It is also one of the vendors that work at the city of Fresno. And so the goal here is twofold. Rather than using the board medical advisor role at the disability application process, we're going to be first suggesting that the committee and the boards rely on that independent medical analysis report that today is actually part of the process and you already receive as part of the disability application process. But we're also going to be asking to possibly expand the services provided by ExamWorks to provide some administrative support as well. So with that, that actually concludes my introductory comments. We're happy to answer any questions that the board or the public have on this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pena. And indeed, are there any questions from trustees?
Yeah, I have a question. Is the independent medical examiner a doctor?
Yes, yes, it is a doctor. There are various different doctors on the exam works right now, depending on their background, depending on what is needed, right? Whether it's a psych issue, whether it's orthopedic or otherwise. So we go to that kind of doctor. That is correct, yes.
Okay, so rather than having our own, which we couldn't fill, or going through the other vendor, which isn't being responsive, we would be using this other one that Fresno uses that's working out quite well. And then they'll do all the paperwork, and they'll also have an assortment of medical doctors that have the expertise to review the disability applications. Is that correct?
That is correct, but I just want to make sure that it's clear. In fact, we today use ExamWorks, and they do provide independent medical examiner analysis. It's just that today's process, once that report is received, then goes to our board medical advisor, who actually review that report along with the reports from other doctors in the member's application, and then the board medical advisor actually write a report to the committee of the board, right? What we are recommending is to delete or eliminate that particular role, because again, the services that we are receiving from the current vendor are not really up to the standards that we were expecting. Certainly not to the standard that we were used to the last few years working with Dr. Tillman. And we already have a relationship with ExamWorks. And so what we will do, the only difference that you'll see from what they actually produce today is that we will ask them, the doctor that writes the independent medical analysis will ask them to be available at either the committee meeting or the board meeting for questions at that point. That's the additional request we're going to be asking them on that role. Again, I also mentioned we're going to be looking to expand their services to also provide some support from the administrative standpoint. But I just want to make sure that that's understood. We already use them in that capacity, and they provide that service already.
So we're eliminating a step.
Correct.
That is taking more time and basically not adding value.
Well, and I want to make it clear that we're not recommending this just because it's adding more time, but really because we're not receiving the additional value that we were hoping for.
Well, that's what I mean.
Correct.
Not adding value.
Correct. And I know Council Liederman has his hand up, Chair Horowitz.
I see that, as well as Trustee Avasti, but let's go to Council Liederman first.
Thanks, and Roberto, I'm glad that you mentioned that last item about having the independent medical examiner available for questions from the committee, because the clear impact of this is, you may remember we had a very successful relationship with Dr. Tierman as the advisor, and the value of that, and the value that our new disability committee here is going to miss, is having that advisor sitting during disability committee meetings and also as necessary board meetings to give advice to the board members about whether to grant and under what conditions to grant disability. You won't have that advisor present at your committee meetings, and that's kind of tough for a brand new committee that's just starting its chores. But if we do have the IME, the independent medical examiners who are examining the applicant and writing reports, they can be available to the committee and to the board as necessary for consultation specifically. That'll go a long way to filling the void that not having a Dr. Tierman available will create. So I'm glad that's part of what's being proposed. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Avasti, please.
Yeah, I have a very basic question. So when you add in these services with a vendor who's already working for you, is it consistent with the Muni code in the sense that you don't need to get an RFP out, right, for adding these services?
No, we're not looking to issue another RFP. We have already a working relationship with ExamWorks, and we're just looking to expand the services that they're providing. But let me just say, you mentioned something that I forgot to mention in my introductory comments, and is that a side note to this whole discussion is that you may recall that as part of, I forget what the measure letter is, I forget the name, the one that approved the tier 2 and everything else.
Measure B.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. It also included in that measure was the fact that this whole disability process was going to be updated, and the Muni Code was updated to reflect that. The truth of the matter is that the disability process that we have in place today is not actually in line with the Muni Code and doesn't really follow the Muni Code. It is the old process that we have before the updated process was added to the Muni Code, and that process was such that was doing a couple of things. One was taking away from your board the ultimate disability decision making, and it was going to actually transfer that decision making with a panel of doctors, right? And that was and I don't, I know there are some union members, maybe at the public, and even maybe Cheryl Parkman from the city, they have a lot more knowledge about that than I do. But they work diligently and on working together on putting that new process in the Muni Code. Unfortunately, when our office went out, I think we went out definitely twice, if not 3 times, to the market with an RFP. We didn't have any bidders. I actually know also that the city then requested, hey, let us go out to the market. And they did that as well with no success, no bidders. So bottom line is, because there were not vendors willing or able to meet the requirements of the RFP, that new disability process that happens to be in the Muni Code today has not been implemented. So we are functioning under the old process for the Muni Code. I hope that that's clear. I'm happy to answer any specific questions. And I don't know if Cheryl is still with us, but if she's with us and she have any further comments on that, certainly she's welcome to do so.
And if I may chime in just one bit, so the board has a fiduciary duty to expediently provide benefits to their members, and that includes adjudicating disability applications. And so, given that this process that staff is recommending appears to be moving that along, because we have this backlog, it would be our recommendations to for the board to adopt these 2 bullet points. One thing I did want to mention, or I'm not sure if it has been raised yet, is whether or not the board would like to wind down the contract with Dr. what's his name? Work Health Solution.
WHS.
Yes. In tandem with this, or if the board would like to ramp up ExamWorks and wait until that's done, and then ramp down the Work Health Solutions contract.
Yeah, that's a good point, Maytag. I maybe, this is why you're an attorney and I'm not, but we were looking to do sort of all that concurrently. In other words, in addition to eliminating this step from the process, to wind down our contract, which I think right now it gives there's a 30-day clause with WHS, while at the same time working on expanding the contract with the exam works. Maybe we didn't do an excellent job on establishing those in the recommendation, but I think that's exactly what we're looking for. Sandra, I don't know if you have any, or Barbara, is that correct? Am I explaining this correctly?
Yes, that's correct. I think ideally we'd have a little bit of transition time as we wrap up the items that are kind of currently, Dr. Doss is currently working on, and start to ramp up exam works.
So with that, we've modified these two recommendations to include wind down with the Work Health Solutions contract.
Thank you, Council. Yes, what Council just said.
Okay. Are there any other trustee questions or comments?
Just a side note to this item, I know that there is a new disability committee was created by Fed. Please note those members, we're going to be reaching out. We have a couple of meetings we're going to be scheduling probably for December. And it just not mostly, it's going to be a training meeting. We're going to have your disability attorney with a lot of disability requirements and medical information for training at least a couple of times before we actually start introducing the process and kick off the work of the committee. So I just want you all to know that. So be on the lookout for those emails. Thank you.
Sure. Now, I do have a question on that committee, and probably out of order, but do we need to have a special meeting regarding, God, you think I know it, but no, the meeting in
261?
Yeah. Working out, just wait until we kick off the meeting.
Good question, because we haven't had any meetings. I think when we have we'll have to have a special meeting first so that we can then schedule a meeting, correct? Remotely?
I can discuss this with you after this agenda item. I do want to make sure that we're sticking.
Okay,
with
we'll do that. We'll let you know, Trustee Kelleher. Thank you for the question.
No doubt reflective of his eagerness to serve.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And my desire not to drive. So are we ready for a motion, Spencer?
I believe at this point, if there are no further questions, we are looking for a motion to either accept or modify the proposal from staff.
Yeah, Trustee Kelleher would motion that we eliminate the BMA role and have our CEO negotiate and execute an agreement with ExamWorks.
If I can ask to add, and while winding down our contract with WHS as suggested by Council Chin.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's a motion from Trustee Kelleher. Is there a second?
I'll second. Okay.
Okay.
You can let Trustee Avasti second.
Okay, Trustee Avasti is seconded. Is there any further trustee discussion? Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, we will have a roll call vote. Trustee Chandra.
Aye.
Trustee Orr.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jennings.
Aye.
Trustee Kelleher.
Aye.
Trustee Avasti.
Aye.
And I vote aye. It passes unanimously. On to the next agenda item. 5F, discussion action on board and committee assignments. I guess I'll introduce this. Trustee Orr has regretfully resigned her position on the Joint Personnel Committee. And as the JPC is embarking on a very energetic schedule of meetings to discuss, amongst other things, the possibility of implementing a incentive plan for our investment staff and possibly others, there is a need to appoint another trustee to the Joint Personnel Committee. It's important that we have a full roster on the JPC at this point in time. And after some discussion with interested parties, I am proposing that our already quite busy and frequently assigned Vice Chair Jennings be assigned to the Joint Personnel Committee. And with that, I will open to any comment or questions from any other trustees as we discuss and improve this proposal.
I would enthusiastically second that. However, I want to make sure first that Vice Chair Jennings is amenable.
I did volunteer.
Bearing in mind, as I said, this will be a very, we're going to move to a very high cadence of meetings. So this will be a major time commit in addition to your other committee work.
As long as I'm not chair.
Well, I believe we will need to elect a chair from Federated because what the JPC switches every year between vice chair and chair between the two plans. Well, but we'll leave that up for the JPC to decide.
Right, I think that'll be the first order of business at our next meeting. And I guess we cannot guarantee that you will not be elected chair, Ms. Jennings.
Right, that's what I meant.
But you're free to state your conditions.
All right.
Well, with that, then I would second Trustee Horowitz's nomination.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? And is this subject to a normal roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so any public comment? Okay, hearing none, we will go to roll call. Trustee Chandra.
Aye.
Trustee Orr.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jennings.
Aye.
Trustee Kelleher.
Aye.
Trustee Avasti.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. The assignment is made.
Congratulations, Julie, for having 4 or 5 committee.
You-
Well, I don't think governance quite counts at this
Well,
point.
we may give an award for the most committees served, so
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
did
sure.
that
what
once in the beginning. It's kind of a stretch. This is not on the agenda, but maybe for future, I'll also be stepping down from the IC.
Thank you. We will have to agendize an appointment to the
Next time.
IC as well. So thank you for informing us of that. I'm not sure when the next IC meeting is, but
Mr. Chair, you have an item on the board right now. If she's actually, Trustee Orr is actually resigning at this point, you are, and I defer to council, you could appoint a new member to the IC, or you could do it at a future meeting. Think about it. I'm just telling you in case, because I don't know when the next IC meeting is. I don't know if Prabhu is still on the meeting or not.
Who's
And
on it?
the way it's agendized here, it's for the approval of all the committees assignments.
so you're saying we
So I'm
could,
officially resigning from the investment committee.
So yes, we could replace and address that now.
well, I haven't had the opportunity to discuss an assignment with any of the other trustees, and I would normally want to do that before I make such a proposal. I do have in mind a candidate, but as I said, haven't had a chance to discuss that with them. I won't give any initials, but it is a candidate who has served on the IC before.
Yeah, I would like to just make a recommendation and they can deny. They can say no. I mean, why not?
I suppose we can hear that, but I think I would like to exercise the chair's prerogative to put forward a name in due course. So I think perhaps we should agendize this for the next meeting.
Fair enough, Chair Horowitz. I wasn't intending for you to make a decision today. I just merely wanted you to know you had that option, but I understand completely. Thank you.
Okay.
And,
yeah,
and the next Fed IC is not until December. So.
Yeah, I was about to add that note. Thanks, Prabhu. I was also I don't think it ultimately matters. I thought I was gonna be leaving this. I do have to leave this meeting by noon, but I think we will be able to get the special IC meeting accomplished by then. If not, I would ask trustee Orr to resign after that meeting because
okay.
we will not have quorum and we
I
need
will-
30 days. I was
I
supposed to
retract.
leave this meeting at 10:30, then at 11. I keep buying time. I don't think I'll be able to buy past noon today.
Understood, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if that does not offend any bylaws, then we accept your retraction of your resignation. So we are on to item 5G, and I do understand this may take some time. This is a presentation on the Brown Act. And I believe this is going to be led by Council Chin or Liederman.
I was going to ask, however, we could adjourn. Is there a timing issue for the extended AB 361 meetings? Because we could adjourn briefly this meeting, have the special IC meeting, and then come back into this board meeting if that is an issue.
I believe as long as trustee Horowitz and Orr are present for the IC meeting, that we would have quorum for that meeting.
We'll still have a quorum. Okay.
Yeah, and the same, yeah.
All right, then, if it's within my power to temporarily adjourn this
So
meeting.
do you want to do that?
Yes, yes,
I
because I
think
have
we
a hard
do.
stop as well. So let's skip out to the special IC, please, if possible.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, I think that's wise. So
temporarily adjourn this meeting.
Okay, and do we need a vote for that, or is that within my powers?
That's within your powers.
So we are temporarily adjourned, and we will, should we do all the committee meetings while we're at it?
May as well.
So let us convene the IC meeting.
Terrific. Thank you.
the governance committee, Chair Jennings, if you could please call the meeting to order and take a roll call vote. I mean, roll call, sorry.
Sure, I'll call the meeting to
meeting of the Federated Retirement System, October 20th. And can we simply take up the agenda as we left it?
You need to also take a roll call again to establish. quorum.
Okay, let's see who's still here. Trustee Chandra?
Aye.
You're present, very good. Trustee Orr?
Yeah.
Trustee Orr?
It's gone.
Is not present, okay. Vice Chair Jennings?
Present.
Trustee Keller?
Present.
Trustee Avasti?
Here.
Trustee Linder? Not present, and the chair is here. We are going to take up agenda item 5G, educational presentation on the Brown Act. And
Trustee Chair Horowitz, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm really sorry. I don't think that you're going to lose quorum when Trustee Chandra leaves. You still have 4 members. But can I recommend, just in the event there's an emergency and you lose another board member, to actually approve the AB 361 now, so that if something comes up, you can still have the presentation, even though the meeting is officially not longer a meeting because you lose quorum. That's just a suggestion. You don't have to do it, but just in case.
your suggestion is very welcome. I appreciate your sense of caution.
Or what we
And,
could do is we can continue item 4F until the next meeting if that would be preferable.
November's meeting may be as long or longer than this one. We have a disability hearing that I suspect may be longer than we would like it to be. So I'm not really sure if that meeting is actually going to be shorter than this one.
Okay, no problem. So I would go with Roberto's suggestions then to take item 5H.
Okay, so we'll take these agenda items slightly out of order. We'll go to 5H. And I believe once again, Council Chin has something to present to us with respect to AB 361.
So the governor's proclamation for the state of emergency continues to be in place, and the governor has indicated that he's going to lift the proclamation in the end of February of 2023. But for the moment, it's currently in place. And the San Jose City Council has recently renewed its resolution to continue social distancing in city facilities. So if this board adopts these two factual findings by majority vote, it may continue to meet virtually for the next 30 days. Thank you.
Do we have a motion to accept the findings and to continue to meet telephonically?
A motion.
We have a motion from Trustee and Vice Chair Jennings. Do we have a second?
Trustee Keller, so seconds.
We have a second from Trustee Keller. Any trustee discussion? Any public comment? Have a roll call vote. Trustee Chandra?
Aye.
Vice Chair Jennings?
Aye.
Trustee Kelleher?
Aye.
Trustee Avasti?
Aye.
And I vote aye. The motion carries. Okay, now we will continue with item 5G, the long-awaited educational presentation on the Brown Act.
1 second, let me go ahead and share my screen.
As if you haven't had enough experience with the Brown Act this meeting.
Always willing to be educated.
Okay, let me know if you can see this.
We can.
Okay, thank you. So sunshine is the best antiseptic, aka the Ralph M. Brown Act. And so we've received a number of Brown Act related questions from this board and police and fire. And so we believe that it was a good idea to do a refresher on the basic rules and to answer any questions from the board. So why do we have open meeting rules? Well, there's a fundamental American policy that government should be open and accountable to the public. And so the public is entitled to meaningful access to elected officials.
I think
and
it's confusing when they start taking things out of order, and that's never happened where they.
Marty, you might want to mute.
Somebody's not on mute there.
Okay. So the reason why we have public meetings is that government is supposed to be open and public and accountable to the public as an American policy. And so the public is entitled to meaningful access to elected officials and decision makers such as this board. All governing bodies and standing committees of local public agencies must conduct their business in noticed open meetings, giving the public the right to attend, observe, and comment. This is provided under the Brown Act. Now, ad hoc committees that are created for a defined purpose and exist for a limited amount of time are exempt from the Brown Act because they are not considered what permanent legislative bodies under the purview of the Brown Act, and so they are exempt from the rules from the Brown Act. And also note that the city's Sunshine Ordinance seeks to achieve the same purpose, to provide equal access to the board's business conduct and to provide access for the public to receive information about the board's business. So what are meetings covered by the Brown Act? It includes any gathering of the quorum of the board. It does not need to be necessarily in person. It also extends to electronic media. What I mean by that, that counts Zoom, that counts emails, that counts any other telephonic communications, as long as it's a gathering of the quorum of the board. So that's the important point to determine the threshold of whether or not a communication triggers the Brown Act's requirements. However, there are two exceptions to the rule. One is conferences of general interest and social gatherings, but there's a caveat to those two exceptions, which is that no board of business can be discussed within those gatherings. And so that's the exception there. Next, we have what's less obvious is something called serial meetings, where it's a series of communications, whether oral or written, that hear, discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item within the board's jurisdiction when the members of the legislative board learns of each other's views. Now, so here's an example of that. A calls board member A calls board member B. Board member B takes the information from board member A, then communicates it to board member C. And board member C takes the information from board members A and B and communicates it to board member D. And that is a form of the board. A, B, C, and D counts as a forum. That counts as a serial meeting covered by the Brown Act rules. And so we have to be very careful about how many emails you forward, how much information you pass on from board member to board member. Another less obvious Brown Act trigger here is something called the hub and the spokes communication. So think about a wheel. So the hub would be, for example, board member A, or any individual counts as a hub that collects information from the various board members. So, and then communicates it back to the board. So for example, person A is collecting information from board member B, and then board member B gives information to the hub, and then board member C gives information to the hub, and board member D gives information to the hub, and the hub eventually communicates back to the entire board what their various positions are. The reason why this is a problem is that this communication is taking place outside of a public meeting, and so there is less opportunities for the public to persuade the board members to change their positions on anything or provide public input for both the chain of communications and the hub and spoke types of communication, so long as those are conducted outside of the public meeting. Now, there does not need to be an actual concurrence in the board member's position for the Brown Act's meeting requirement to be triggered. It just has to be that there has been a series of communications at the forum of the board. There is an exception though, which there is where staff answers questions and provides information in a one-way communication to the board. So for example, scheduling. Oftentimes we'll have ORS staff email the entire board regarding scheduling. And if you see at the bottom of their email, it often says, please do not reply all. So that's an example of an exception where staff answers questions from the board at large. Now, any medium, as I mentioned earlier, can be considered a meeting. This includes letters, emails, texts, chats, Zoom meetings, telephone calls. That all counts as a meeting. Email exchanges amongst the board are not sanitized by sending it to officers or posting it on the website or reporting on it later. That it's still a violation of the Brown Act, so long as it is emailed amongst the forum of the board or reaches amongst the forum of the board in terms of the communication. All writings circulated to the board members are disclosable as public records and must be available at the relevant meetings. There's an exception to the rule here, which is that there's an attorney-client privilege. So if you communicate with Harvey or I, that remains a confidential privileged communication. It will not be subject to public disclosure under the Public Records Act. So in addition to the Brown Act requiring us to communicate at a agendized open public meeting, beware of also the requirement of any disclosure of any communications you have, Brown Act or not, under the Public Records Act.
Let me, if I may make that, I want to interject there. This last bullet point strikes very close to home. The city council several years ago had some of its members communicating among themselves about a real estate development that was pending before the city council for approval. Somebody filed a Public Records Act claiming that the text and email communications between city council members were public records. And it went all the way up to the California Supreme Court, and it was held that yes, the communications by the city council member, even though they were to each other on their own private servers, on Gmail, on Yahoo, on whatever, constituted public records of the city of San Jose and had to be turned over. So we've taken a page out of that very painful experience that the city had. We caution that whatever you put in writing on whatever server you use, if it has to do with board business, can be claimed by others to be public records and have to be produced. That's why we try to encourage you to use a separate, don't use your personal email account for your board business, because you don't want to have to go through 10,000 personal emails, if ever requested, to find email traffic that may have to do with board business. So use a city or some other server, if you will, to be able to segregate your board communications from your personal communications. It'll save you a lot of grief in the future. Thanks, Mayta.
Sure. So this is the agenda and notice requirements. So under the Brown Act, it seeks to provide the public 72 hours notice and posting of the agenda, and must include a general brief description of each item for the board's business that it seeks to conduct at that next public meeting. This is so that the members of the public have sufficient information to decide whether or not to attend the public meeting of the board in advance of the meeting. Now, note also too that the city of San Jose has its own sunshine ordinance, which requires that agendas and backup materials and whatnot are posted 7 days in advance of the meeting. Now, because the Brown Act is a statewide law and the city's ordinance is a city law, the statewide law generally preempts the sunshine ordinance to the extent it applies. And so that results to our practice of waiving sunshine. And so because we are allowed to add to the agenda later materials beyond the 7 days provided under San Jose's ordinance, so long as we meet the Brown Act 72-hour advance posting requirements for regularly agendized meetings. The postings must be included on the website if there is one. So as you all are familiar, we have had a number of special meetings throughout this year for AB 361. For those special meetings, they are generally required under the Brown Act to be 24 hours in advance with their posting of the notice in the agenda, called by the chair or the majority of the board. And the special meeting can only address specific special issues agendized and cannot be used in any way for executive compensation decisions. Non-agendized matters at a regular meeting or a special meeting cannot be discussed unless there's a need for immediate action that has arose after the agenda has been posted. So for example, say there is an emergency under the California Emergencies Act that requires the board to take special actions to make factual findings that arose after we posted the agenda, so that we can utilize AB 361 in a different way. It requires that there be 2/3 of the board present, or a unanimous vote if 2/3 are not present to consider the matter that was not agendized and arose thereafter. So there's been a number of legislative developments over the last few months and weeks that have affected our options for teleconferencing, but as a general trend over time, there is a push to go back to traditional Brown Act rules. So I want to go through these a little bit more thoroughly with you, at least the traditional Brown Act rules, so that everyone's reminded of what that entails. So a teleconference means that a meeting where a person or all the board members are in different locations connected by electronic means, either by audio or video or both. So teleconferencing would include Zoom meetings. The agenda must be posted at all teleconferencing locations, and members of the public must have an opportunity to address the board directly at each location. And so on the agenda, if you anticipate that you will be remote at the meeting, that your location of where you intend to take that remote participation will be posted on the agenda, and any member of the public may come to that location to address you. The teleconferencing locations must be identified on the notice and the agenda of the meeting at each teleconference location, and each teleconference location must be ADA accessible to the public. There must be at least a quorum of the members participating in the location within the territory of the local agency that exercises the jurisdiction. So here it means that for a teleconference meeting, at least a quorum of the members must be physically present within the San Jose city borders. So we're all very familiar with the option here, which is an alternative to the traditional Brown Act rules, which is AB 361. Now, this is set to sunset in January 1st, 2024, but as a threshold matter, it requires a proclaimed state of emergency for it to be used. And as I mentioned earlier at the meeting, that the governor anticipates lifting the state of emergency in the end of February 2023. And so once the governor has lifted that, AB 361 no longer becomes available for this board to utilize. Now, the legislature recently in this last legislative session passed AB 2449. I will go into it in great detail with you, but at a very high level, it provides an alternative for hybrid meetings where a member or trustee or a member of the board or a trustee has an emergency circumstance or a just cause to attend virtually. However, as with the traditional Brown Act rule, it requires to have a quorum of the members in person in a single physical location within the city of San Jose's jurisdiction. Now, this law does not go into place until January of next year, and it will remain in place for the following 3 years. However, as you'll see here, the rules for this are very complicated and almost impractical. And so, however, we will go over just that very high level so that your board is familiar with this. So for members who request to participate remotely for just cause is statutorily defined, as you'll see here. And the highlight here is that each board member is entitled to 2 virtual attendances for just cause per calendar year. And so you cannot use this just cause request willy-nilly. It must be used judicially. And so also there's no board action required for this virtual attendance, which is in contrast with emergency circumstances, which is also statutorily defined and requires the board to take action to allow the virtual attendance. Now, this is a complicated issue. So if you seek to request to participate remotely because of an emergency circumstance, the rest of the board at the beginning of the meeting must decide whether the emergency circumstance fits the statutory definition. And if it does not, they determine that it does not satisfy the emergency circumstance statutory definition, then the board member at that point can only participate as a member of the public. It cannot participate in the board meeting as a board member. There are a few additional requirements under the new law, which if you are allowed to participate remotely, you must declare if there's any other adults in the room and explain your relationship to those adults. And for remote attendance, video and audio must be on at all times during the meeting. And it also, the law also provides a number of limited total number of remote appearances for just cause and emergency circumstances taken together for any calendar year. And so,
let me comment, if I may. This new bill that passed last month, AB 2449, is a very good example of how strongly held the right to public access is in the California legislature, and how it's promoted by particularly by the media, but also by the employee unions across the state as well. The only way that they were, besides the current AB 361 emergency, the only way the legislature was willing to bend the rules for teleconference to allow these remote appearances was creating such a ridiculously difficult process that it's nearly impossible to comply with. Otherwise, we're going to have to rely on the traditional teleconference rules, which are very circumscribed. But it just goes to show you that even to get this much leeway in the ability to have teleconference meetings for any number of people on a board, that this was a hard fought, and as far as the legislature was willing to go in bending the open and public access rules to local agency meetings. So you can just see that the philosophy behind the open meeting laws of the Brown Act is very strongly held in California and continues to be strongly held even in the face of a pandemic.
Yeah, and AB 2449 is going to be very hard to keep track of administratively because each member, we would have to track which justification they use. And do we have a quorum for the upcoming meetings? And how many requests have they done for that calendar year? And are we favoring one member to participate remotely versus the other? So as you can see, it's a complicated bill, almost designed so that it will not be used, but it is an available option for the board. So next, I'm going to move on to closed session. Along the same lines that Harvey had mentioned, there is a very strong policy, both in American democracy and California in particular, that all the government's business and legislative bodies' business be conducted in public. And so because of that, there are only very few limited permitted circumstances that the board is allowed to go into closed session. And that is also prescribed by statute under the Brown Act. So one of them is for personnel hiring that includes hiring, firing, complaints, evaluations of performance, and labor negotiations. Now, caveat, the board may not take any final action on compensation in closed session. It must take that action in public session, sorry. Another limited circumstance permitted is for legal issues, or pending or threatened litigation, or considering litigation, to initiate litigation or settlement considerations. Another closed session permitted topic is the purchase and sale of specific investments. This includes hiring and firing investment managers. However, once the board has taken action in closed session for any purchase or sale of a specific investment vehicle or asset, once the deal is consummated or the transaction is consummated, that it must report out at closed session. Any real property negotiations is also another limited circumstance. And this is important. The discussions during closed session must be treated as confidential until reported out. All votes during closed session must be roll call votes, and it must be for any reported out vote must show each member's vote and the reportable action. So what's the difference between a motion and seeking direction? So you would use a motion to have the board take action on matters within its subject matter jurisdiction that affects public interest. So a couple examples of this are setting contribution rates, making actuarial assumptions as the board did today, hiring investment managers, adopting asset allocations. When to use direction is when the board seeks to request a ministerial act. So for example, putting a topic on the agenda for a future meeting, or asking the staff to review a matter, change of practice, or ask for additional information to inform the board so that it can take that into consideration at future board meeting. So voting and abstentions, you may abstain to vote if you truly have not had an opportunity to familiarize yourself with the matter and can't act prudently, or if you have a bias or other concerns. So for example, if something happened at a prior board meeting that you weren't there for, and if they continued the action and you have not had an opportunity to hear the deliberations and get up to speed, you may abstain. However, as fiduciaries, you have a duty to administer the system, and voting is a key element to satisfy that duty. So don't abstain just to avoid controversy. You should use it sparingly and only for good reason. So the reporting of the votes, the Brown Act requires that all actions be reported by the member's name unless unanimous. And the chair can call for an oral vote, but if it's not unanimous, each person must say aye, nays, or nays or abstentions. Close session and teleconferencing votes, such as virtual meetings such as here, must always be by roll call vote. So what are the penalties for violating the Brown Act? So if it's a knowing action of violating the Brown Act, say that you know that there's an issue or potential violation coming up and you choose to violate it willingly or knowingly, it's a criminal misdemeanor. And so to all extents possible, if there's a Brown Act issue that we are aware of, we must comply. There's also a civil injunction or declaratory relief that any member of the public can seek to void the actions of the board for the meeting to which they believe that there was a Brown Act violation. Now, there is a 30 and 90-day opportunity to appear before any lawsuit is filed, and attorney's fees and costs against the agencies may be recouped. One additional point is that under the Brown Act, if there is a Brown Act violation alleged, there is questionable insurance coverage. So in addition to the Brown Act, as I mentioned before, there's the California Public Records Act. Any writings circulated to the board for the meetings are disclosable unless they fall under an exception. This particularly impacts investment deliberations because not all of the investment related materials are deemed confidential. So let me give you an example. Say that you get an investment report from Makita. The beginning of the report is a summary of returns from the plan's assets. So that portion of the report would not be deemed confidential. However, the report also contains competitive market information for the board to consider that is proprietary. That portion of the report should be deemed confidential and marked so with a legend at the bottom. So the best practice is generally to shift the burden to the consultants to segregate that information for the board, should the board get a California Public Record Act or a Sunshine Ordinance request for documents. That just makes the staff's job easier to comply with them by shifting that burden to the consultants to designate that information as confidential as necessary and only in the places appropriate. So the Brown Act, as you can see, can be very complicated. Whenever in doubt, ask counsel, either Harvey and I. And with that, we have a couple of hypotheticals to help illustrate it. So Harvey's going to take over the remaining of the presentation. Harvey, you're on mute.
I'm on mute. I get the fun part. Yeah, we thought we'd put in a couple of scenarios for you to consider and react as you sit and listen to what we're talking about as required of the Brown Act, particularly about what is a meeting, you know, because meetings of the board or committee have to be in public. So we talked about serial meetings and hub and spoke meetings, and couple of these go to that. Let's talk about this first hypothetical. So let me give you the scene here as a CalPERS reception. You know, CalPERS is a statewide conference of public retirement systems. And there's a lot of people present. We already told you that conferences are generally accepted from Brown Act requirement, so that a quorum of the board could actually be at a conference normally without being subject to the Brown Act. But let's take a look at what this situation is. 4 members of the board are chatting with each other, and they agree that they should give their hardworking CEO a pay raise. Okay. And in this case, 4 is less than a quorum. This is written for a 9-person board. So let's just look. It's 4 members of a 9-person board, and they get together. They're having a nice cocktail hour at CalPERS, and they think their CEO deserves a pay raise. But later that evening, one of those trustees runs into another trustee and puts out the idea of the pay raise for the CEO. And that trustee, the 5th trustee, agrees that's a very good idea. So at the next board meeting, the matter's agendized for compensation. Maytag told you it had to be an open session for compensation, but they don't talk about it. Somebody just makes a motion, and the board votes to give the CEO a pay raise. Anybody have any concerns about this under the Brown Act? Julie, you've been listening. You've been listening to this.
I have been listening. It would not be acceptable.
Why not?
One, because there were 4 people that talked about it, and then it floated around to another person. So that's the spin-off or whatever you guys called it. And then we raise it at the board without even a discussion. So there's multiple cases there that are all bad.
Proxy, what do you think about, should the 4 members even have begun, even if they aren't a quorum, should they be talking among themselves at CalPERS about this item?
They should not be discussing outside the board meeting. There's no quorum, right? They're meeting. It's still be considered as a meeting, right? Because they have 4 members, but they should not be doing it outside the public.
Well, if it's just 4 of them, arguably that's not a quorum of the board, is it? But look at the danger that creates, because one innocently goes to somebody who then makes it a quorum. And it kind of puts you on a slippery slope. But wouldn't it be rather difficult to keep you folks from talking at calipers when you run into each other about board business? Is that too much to expect of you not to talk about it among yourselves? What do you think, Julie?
I think we should certainly not talk about subjects where we're going into any big details like that, especially since we're going to get in trouble for doing it.
Yeah, I mean,
it is easy to fall into that, but not a good idea.
If you look at it from the perspective of what the Brown Act was constructed for, which was to benefit members of the public, you see what happens in a situation like this. You end up with no public discussion at a board meeting where it's specifically all compensation is, there's a reason for requiring that to be discussed in public. And here a deal has basically been cooked up, even innocently, but it's basically been done. There's no public discussion, the board votes. So you can see how these things can lead to a situation like that. Let's go to the next hypothetical.
Harvey, I'm
Yeah,
curious,
go
I have a
ahead.
question about that.
Yeah.
If there was discussion at the board level, would that somehow change the scenario?
Well, it would be really questionable technically, Spencer, whether this is a violation of the Brown Act. It does look like a serial meeting. We have 4 and then gets floated out to 1 more, and that's a quorum of the board. Because there would, in what you posit, there would be a public discussion, at least members of the public would not be complaining about this being cooked up behind closed doors. That it was, at least they'd had the opportunity to weigh in. The city could come and say, gee, we think the raise you want to give your CEO is out of line, or at least there's some possible access. But if there's not even any discussion and nobody gets to hear in public what the board members actually think, the public is hamstrung in its ability to assess the pros and cons. And so that's the problem. Is it a violation of the letter of the Brown Act? I would argue no. Is it a violation of the spirit of the Brown Act? Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So here's another possibility. Boards considering the assumed rate of return, the discount rate, as the actuaries like to call it. And they're going to be considering that at the next meeting of the board. This is a hypothetical board, not our board. But during the comment phase of this meeting, one board member announces her belief that we are in a new paradigm and the discount rate should be raised to 7.5%. Not a statement in public on the record. A few days later, though, 4 other board members text each other and agree to vote in favor of a 7.5% assumed rate of return. So the board meeting comes up. The vote's 5-4 in favor of raising the rate. Spencer, any problems with that one?
Again, because there is no public discussion, I think it's clearly out of bounds. So,
but see, what's happened here is a little bit different because one board member has previously expressed her position, and then 4 take that position, 4 additional ones. Now you've got 5 people considering that position, a quorum of the board. They take what they've already learned from the one and privately reach agreement to go that route.
Again, if it's a private agreement that hasn't been vetted and discussed publicly as an agendized item, I don't see how it passes muster. So, unless I'm missing something here.
What if it was discussed? What if they reached this agreement and then they came out and said, each gave a reason why they thought 7.5 was the right number? Would that sanitize it in your mind?
Well, going back to my previous question on the previous hypothetical, it sounds like it's a borderline case where it might satisfy the letter of the law, but not the spirit of the law. So that's how I would read that. Probably best avoided in any case.
Mm-hmm. Anybody think this is a clear violation of the Brown Act? Mark, you're off mute.
Yeah, no, I would not want to have to go through the pain of explaining the text, which are going to be public record according to you. And so I just rather steer clear of it and avoid a situation like this.
Yeah, and that's often the best approach is to, if you're in a situation like this, decline to participate. Let's try hypothetical number 3.
But Harvey, is that a violation of the Brown Act? I mean, can it be treated as a, the civil penalties or, whatever is associated with it if this happens?
I'm sorry, I had a hard time hearing you. You're breaking up.
Yeah, I'm asking, will there be repercussions if this happens? Like if public comes to know, or if it's out in the open that the board members discuss privately, will it be considered as a violation and the board members will be held liable?
Yeah, this would be a violation, most likely. The question would be, is it something that the board could cure if brought to the board's attention before anybody would be prosecuted in something like this? The question is there a way to fix it in the future? And I think part of that way would be to have a full public conversation about it. What you don't want to have happen here is what Mark said is you don't want a member of the media watching the proceedings going on and asking for your text messages.
Well, if I may as well. So if it's a knowing violation that the board members know that they're texting and, say there's 5 instead of 4 on the text message string and it's a clear violation, they all knew, then there could be criminal penalties as a misdemeanor. But civilly, yes, as Javier had mentioned, there is a cure period if a member of the public tried to avoid the action of adopting a 7.5% raise in the assumed rate of return.
Thank you.
Okay, quickly, let's do hypothetical 3. So in this situation, the CIO emails an article to board members that is really very glowing about a particular hedge fund manager that's then under consideration for a mandate. And the CIO in this email to all the board members is passing along this article. But it's somebody that's being considered. Ask the board, let me know what you think. Don't copy other members of the board. Just let me know what you think. So 6 of the board members were very careful. They replied to the CIO alone. They didn't broadcast at all, and say they agree. They think this manager is terrific, and they intend to vote for them. Each of them said they intend to vote for the manager at the next meeting. So the meeting comes around. And the CIO says, I've gathered the information. I've had favorable replies from most of the board. The chair, mindful of the clock, says, oh, this is great. We don't have to have all this discussion about this investment manager. You've independently gathered the approval of everybody. I call for the vote. The vote comes in. The manager is hired. Prachi, any problem with that one?
There's no discussion happening. Everything's decided before, seems like.
So is there a Brown Act violation here?
It's certainly not done in public.
Yeah, so this is different. I mean, what we talked about in the slide and what you get sometimes when Roberto or Linda or somebody sends you an email and says, ask for something, they're very careful not to pass along to others what your response is and very careful to say, don't reply to all. And that's what happened here. Nobody replied to all. But again, it short-circuited the whole conversation in public because it gathered, one person acted as a hub in gathering all the views of everybody before the meeting. So they all got considered ahead of time. They come to the meeting, they don't talk, they don't debate, they don't have any feedback. It's at that point that the CIO announces a consensus. Game over.
Yeah.
It's the hub and spoke.
Yes.
Mark?
Like I say, there's also the problem that the CIO may not actually have consensus. I've seen organizations that count ballots and they come up with a different tally. Actually, was in fact what had been voted upon.
Yeah.
It's just bad.
It's a bad practice. So what we're trying to push in your mind a little bit is to go beyond the specific letter of the Brown Act and recognize what purpose it has and how it's very easy to misstep and violate that purpose in these hybrid scenarios of external communications. That's the tough part. Let's try with the last one, the last hypothetical. Now this is a little bit different. We're back to the assumed rate of return or the discount rate. So in this situation, the mayor calls into her office one at a time, each of the public board members on the board, and says, I expect you to vote to raise the assumed rate to 7.5%. And if you don't do that, I will replace you. So each of them independently tells the mayor, you betcha, I'm going into that meeting, I'm going to vote for 7.5% assumed rate of return. Afterwards, one of those trustees, one of those public members texts the retired member on the board and says, please, you got to join us, vote for 7.5 or I'll be thrown off the board. And the retired member, of course, wanting to be cordial, completely agrees. So come to the board meeting, the matter gets teed up, no discussion, the board adopts 7.5%. Now what do we got? Anybody want to weigh in on this one?
Well, there's a text message at least, so that documents that, but the mayor can't do that. I mean, and also, just logistically, can the mayor throw board members off? At least in our city.
Well, how much pressure would it take from the mayor to get one of the public members to step off the board?
Yeah, speaking as a public member, if the mayor doesn't want me on the board, I'll leave. That's not to say I would vote for 7.5% because being a fiduciary, I got to do what's right and then get thrown off.
I will tell you.
Do they have the right? That's my question.
Yeah,
do they have the legal right to throw them off the board?
Oh, but there's so many ways you can make things happen without it exercising a legal right. Okay. I'm going to tell you that this is not a hypothetical.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That this happened in a major California city.
Wow.
At their pension board.
But what about the independence of the board?
What about the independence?
Yeah.
What about it?
Like in the sense that, mayor is telling them to vote for X, right? That compromises the independence of the board.
It certainly does. You have a real fiduciary duty issue here, by the way, that crosses into this. That you're not there to represent the mayor or the city. You're there to do what's best for the members and beneficiaries of the system.
So what should that?
And exercise your own independence, even if it means costing you your position on the board.
In this case, going back to your discussion of abstentions, would the public member be obligated to abstain from the vote, having been lobbied so strongly by the mayor?
Only if the member believed that they then couldn't exercise independent judgment. If the member felt poisoned, essentially, yeah, in this situation, and maybe they reacted to the board, to the mayor leaning on them and saying, "I am so angry, I can't. Even if it made sense to go to 7.5, I wouldn't do it." If you're in that state of mind, then abstention would be appropriate, because you owe it to your colleagues to be exercising independent judgment. And if for some reason you can't, you're biased against 7.5% for reasons that have nothing to do with whether it's a good number, because you're so ticked off at the mayor for leaning on you, then you owe it to your colleagues to abstain from that, because you can't assure them that you can be independent and unbiased. Any other comments on this particular example? So we tried to give you a few hypotheticals.
So what happened in that? I mean, this came forward, right? What happened? I'm just curious. I mean, you threw it out and said it was real, so.
Well, it was real, and it created quite a kerfuffle in the media, because the board member who was affected ratted out the mayor.
Good.
But it was hardball politics all along the way. I will tell you how that was accomplished, just so you know, very briefly. Before in that particular location, the mayor had a lot of authority in terms of appointing board members to the retirement board, and had a practice that before they would appoint anyone to any board or commission, they had to have an undated signed resignation letter.
Oh, wow.
And all the mayor had to do was write in the date on the person's resignation letter. So the mayor had a desk full of commissioners and board members' undated resignations in the mayor's desk. And when the mayor got unhappy with some way that they voted, they exercised the resignation.
Was this a strong mayor city?
Strong mayor city, yes.
Ah, see, this is what happens when you have strong mayor city.
So that this is hypothetical 4 is torn out of the pages of reality. It just goes to show you what can happen politically while you're trying to do a good job as a board member. Anyway, if there are any other questions, Maytag and I are happy to address them. Otherwise, thank you for your attention. And
I do have a question with respect to AB 361. So it seems the governor is going to cancel the state of emergency in February. And but will the city, will we be able to continue to meet under AB 361 if the city continues to have a state of emergency? And does the city have a state of emergency that will be continued?
So here are the elements for AB 361. As you see here, the threshold requirement is that there's a proclamation from the state of emergency from the governor's office. And you must have either the social distancing measures, which the San Jose City Council has provided. But if the San Jose City Council decides not to renew their social distancing measures, it gets much harder to utilize AB 361, because we would then need to demonstrate that if we're meeting in person presents an imminent risk to the health and safety of the attendees. And so we would have to look at the rates of hospitalization in the city of San Jose. We would have to look at the rate of how many people are getting affected. infected with COVID-19 and whatnot, and, whether or not there's measures we can take in the boardroom that would mitigate those imminent risks. So it does get a little bit more difficult if the city of San Jose does not renew their social distancing measures. We will have a much more involved factual finding.
Okay, but at this point, the city does
Correct.
have a state of emergency that we expect will continue through next year.
Well, I'm not sure. I can't speak for the city council. As it seems to go, maybe Roberta has more information about this. I don't know what the city council's inclinations are at the moment, but we do anticipate there may be a wave in the fall. We just don't know how that may shake out. It's really hard to tell. It's reading tea leaves at this point.
Okay.
And I will say, just because I happen to be in a position where I see all these notices going out to all the different facilities at the city, there's an uptake in COVID cases that I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I mean, just saying,
So
doesn't mean they end up in the hospital or anything like that, but there are people still coming down with COVID.
sure. So the bottom line is we do not know what our situation is after February of next year rather.
Well, after February of next year, if the governor lifts a proclamation, we can no longer meet virtually as we have been.
Okay. Oh, even if the city continues to,
Correct.
so to rephrase it, after February, we will begin meeting in person.
Correct. As long, assuming that you guys do not use the new laws, hybrid or remote access for various members, but yes, we will be in person.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And if we can go back to the agenda then. I believe we may be very close to, we have various committee reports. The investment committee, I believe, Trustee Chandra, are you still with us?
I don't believe he is, Chair Horowitz.
Okay, but I believe we simply had a special meeting at the last meeting, so there's nothing to report.
Correct.
Okay, the governance committee?
No, we have nothing.
Okay. Audit committee, looks like it was also a special meeting, so.
We've got a joint meeting this afternoon. So there'll be some great stuff next month.
Okay, looking forward to that. The JPC, it looks like I am the only representative still here. We did have a very active meeting last time, but there's no result to report other than we discussed various options for possibly implementing a bonus program for staff. Do we we don't need any action to receive and file the various minutes.
No.
Okay, and then we have education and training, agenda item number 7. I'm curious, is there a topic for the virtual trustee roundtable on October 28th? I hear someone speaking, but I can't hear them clearly.
We'd have to check the Calipers website. The agenda was not posted at the time that we published this, and we haven't checked.
Okay. Okay, if we can report out to trustees and they can decide if they wish to attend that event coming up. And are there any proposed agenda items? Okay, hearing none. Then I believe we are in adjournment. And the members of the audit committee should remain on the Zoom meeting.